Hello, Vista. Hello, Crossbase. Dang. Hello, Androishka. Not first indeed, been pity. But close enough. Still pretty good. You were first again, Vista, yes. Alright, what are the lost sectors? What do we got today? We got chest armor in a 1280 and head armor in a 1250. Bunker. Do I feel like doing that? I don't know that I do. Don't worry, Unsung Heroes. I won't do anything fun until you're done with the video. I'll be very careful to make sure the stream is super boring for the next, like, 14 minutes or something. Hello, Fluffy Killer. Does Bungie have any plans of fixing this Triumph? Because it's going to drive me nuts until they fix it. Damn, Ben Pity, you got him.
Thanks.
Ruthless.
I love you too.
Varanox, thanks for the 22 months. Hello, friend. How do you do? Can I please make the stream as boring as possible? You know, I was thinking of trying to make it less boring than usual. But yeah, one usual coming right up. That is a very... It looked better before. It's like a really... Look how bright that yellow gets the farther I get from it. That's so weird. Like, it's so saturated, I feel, and then when I get closer, it gets, like, dull. Huh. Maybe that's just the way my monitor is handling it. The 11-teen redeemed a self-timeout? Oh, no. We're at the very beginning of stream. We probably don't even have any... mods in chat yet. Can you recommend a topic for complaints? Recovs? You know, I saw someone say separating... There was a comment saying separating the PvE and PvP sandbox is one that I probably should have had on there, and I was like, dang, that's a very common complaint that's been here since forever. I really should have said something about that one. Yeah, recovs or something. I don't know. I don't really think that they fit in quite as well as other stuff, but like they're a little too specific, I guess. But they are really stupid. I don't know why it's okay. And by okay, I mean allowed. And by allowed, I mean not banning everybody who does them, especially when they do them on live stream at twitch.tv/. We're not outing anyone in particular, but you know who they are. Glad you liked it, GT Finn. I think Jenna did a really, really good job with the editing on it. Thanks, Wildfire. Morning, Rando. Sounds good, Potato Batman. Hello, Ghost of Starman. Oof. Did I try the new Hawkmoon mission? What do you mean new? The Legend Lost Sector is helmets. I feel like one solution to at least some separate PvE and PvP balance would be pretty easy to implement, and that was in Destiny 1, is PvP or PvE specific perks. Like in Destiny 1, there were perks that only worked against enemies of the darkness or something like that. I think we have some of that in Destiny 2. Most specifically, Thresh, I know works that way. Probably don't have Disruptor rounds on, knowing me. Yep. Can't say I'm surprised about that at all. I don't even know why I'm doing this in the first place, though, so... It's whatever. Oh, I was right behind him, too. His aim's insane. I would bet the Genesis would work in PvP if people had elemental shields. Like, not just the shield. Like, I think that our health bar might be coded to sometimes be considered a shield, like if you're using Disruption Break. But for the most part, I'm not sure it behaves exactly like other shields in the game do. I don't know what Thresh is. It's definitely not just 1%. It's pretty substantial, the amount of extra super you get out of it. I run it on a cold front sometimes, and it's pretty good for that. Yeah, Lost Sector content, except I'm not even sure I want to run this at all. What I really want to do is raid, but raiding requires people, and I don't have people when I immediately start my stream, so we're just passing the time. What? Oh, he died. What the hell? And wink. Jenna's credited in the description. And I mentioned that she, well, after I had already seen the video, but... Yeah, I mean, it's totally cool for her to have a little self-crediting on the final screen. Should be there. So I definitely don't have anti-barrier on, which means I gotta kill him as soon as this comes off. That was not hard at all. Thanks, Black Talon. Hey, same, True Vista. There's a dog with all the perk effects on it, and I thought Thresh was some pretty small amount, but you can't remember what. You know? I'm not sure what the percentage says. All I know is that I tested it in a Lost Sector a couple times, and I got my super much, much, much faster using Thresh. It felt like it was like, yeah, double supers gains from a kill, which changes depending on the weapon and has strange scaling. Okay, yeah, that's typical Bungie stuff right there, but... You know what I hate about the bots in this? Is that they aim at goblins' heads. So they just send a bunch of headless goblins after you. Because they don't aim at the crisp pop. I cannot clear my throat. I need a flashback emote? What? Gotta tell you, I wish I had stuff to do in Iron Banner. I really hate that I have nothing to do in Iron Banner after doing my bounties. Not fortunate. It's okay, Limonada. Nobody reads the description. Why do I want to raid? Because there's nothing else really to do in the game at the moment. I mean, next week there's stuff to do. But this week, pretty much at the end of it, I probably should be a little tiny bit more careful. I'm going to run out of revives. Sure, 4-frame. Are there gauntlets today to try and get Eons? Why would you want the Eon exotics? I mean, like, bleh. Buffed or not, they're still poopy. I don't want to hear it. Although it is actually very weird to me. That's not fair. You can't do that. It's weird to me that they decided to buff of all exotics the Aeon exotics. Because, like, that has to be more effort than just, I don't know, a singular exotic from each class. Maybe not. Wait a minute, was that an overload? Better not have been an overload. Oh no. I don't have any sword ammo. I thought there was only one overload. No, oh, I have sword ammo now. Never mind, we're good. Everything's fine. It all worked out in the end. Just like it always does. When I'm having a Crucible token turn-in stream? Well, you see, I thought about doing that, and then I just deleted my stack of 7,000 Crucible tokens, because I just do not care enough about legendary shards to sit there and try to sort through my tokens and my inventory and my vault over and over and over again. That just sounds like tedious and not fun at all. So I decided I would just elect out and delete my stack. So now I've got... Did I get a screenshot of that? Where it was hung on the bad frame. No, I was too late. Damn it. That looked so cool and my screen was dark there for a minute looking at my character. Oh well. When's the raid happening? Literally right now. Shouldn't I have deleted them after the change? Maybe? What would they have given me if I had deleted them after the change? I'm glad you liked it, Underwear Thief. I slaved over a hot script for like 8 or 9 hours, probably. It would have been a better video overall, still, but it was fun. And I think the most important thing is to actually make a video every now and then, because if I don't make videos, then everybody forgets I exist. And the scariest thought is being completely forgotten. Actually, Jenna put that intro together. Jenna put together everything in the video visually. I did the audio of myself, and she did everything else. And that's why it turned out good instead of bad. Oh, big! So we're gonna need some people to join this team, and if they don't, I swear to God, I will continue waiting as long as I need to, I guess. Ooh, Unsung Heroes, that's one. Big, thank you, Unsung Heroes. I know 4-frame wanted to join, and I know Vista wanted to join. So those two spots are the only two reserved spots. Moof, is that you, Moof? I don't know how he got down there. Alright, hold up. Let me make sure how many people are in this team right now. 4? Okay, next two spots are Vista and 4-frame. So, anybody else that joins is getting kicked unless it's one of those people mentioned. Just letting you know. I can do a different group next raid. We're going to be doing 3, and it'll probably be no comms unless we really can't handle it. It happens. Turned into 2.5 thousand, which isn't much compared to how many some people have. Took you a while to do. You got no useful armor, 5 to 7 good rolls, and a single weapon that could be considered a god roll, but you already had a better roll from last season's Umbral, so you weren't missing much. Yep, that's why I didn't bother to turn them in. I know that the armor is forced to be bad rolls. Like, it literally, I don't think it can even go to 60. I'm pretty sure the highest roll you could get would be like... Okay, definitely not allowing Oni-chan's come, unless that's... 4 frame, you gotta let me know what your name is. Oh wait, oh, is that you? Did I just kick you out 4 frame? That is an XD right there. Why is your name so bad? How was I supposed to know that? Ghost of Starman, you're saying you might join if it is no comms? Am I hearing that right? See, the thing about a no comms raid, I do them because as a streamer, I have an easier time talking to you guys. That's right, you and the viewing audience. Whenever I am not talking to people in raid as well. And as much as I do enjoy talking to people, I find that the viewer experience is a lot better when I don't do that. Oh no. There's another thought I was going to add to that. What the hell is a 64? Is that a ship? I lost my train of thought, by the way, just letting you guys know. It's out. Gone. Oh, stat roll armor. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, okay. I mean, 64 isn't even that good. Like, you can get all the way up to 70. I think Aquagan had like a... Whoa! Monk. Saved. I'm the best. That's it. The best. When you said 64, it's like Nano Phoenix Rare. I thought you were saying that he had some new ship that I had never heard of called the 64. I think it probably helped that it was the 64, which in my brain I immediately associated with being a Nintendo 64 and 64-bit operating systems and that sort of thing. 64 is kind of a useful number, you know? But oh wait, I think I might have gotten my train of thought back. So yeah, I don't really do comms raids because it is better for my stream that I don't most of the time. But then also, I can see how it'd be kind of better for people that were like not really interested in the social aspect of raiding at all. Why is it so hard to aim things in this game? Do. Bum 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 bum. I mean, I actually do genuinely enjoy no comms raids quite a bit. I would wouldn't mind having comms sometimes too, but no comms are great. Exactly. If you hate talking, no comms raids are the best. That's what they're here for. So you get more damage immediately after pulling it out. We got sword messed. I don't care about this thing. Who am I kidding? There's never going to be a time where I care about that. I mean, you could also join a comms raid and just not talk. That's an option too, but... Did I happen to watch the teaser for the new Final Fantasy XIV expansion? Hell no! What a terrible question. Obviously not. What in the world? No. There's exactly 3 games I care about. RuneScape, Destiny 2, and Bug Snacks. What's wrong with Overwatch? Overwatch is good too. All right, well, we're just gonna do this. I'm blowing glass, making unpowered orbs. Working on getting 99 crafting. Looks lewd. It looks like a flute. What are you talking about? I would be running Hollowed Sepulchre so I could get this guy's cool cape. I mean, look at that. Blue with a red trim. Little stick man on the back. It's a nice cape. And there's this guy with his fishing cape. I could wear a skill cape myself, but... I'm not trying to brag or anything. Hold up. Let me just... Now, what now? What now, lads? Oh, did we do it? We did it. Let's go. Armor this season is pointless. Next armor is available for Witch Queen, so it's worth grabbing. Yep. Honestly, it's really, really weird that as a community, Destiny fans are like of the mindset that you just shared, where it's like, yeah, we just got to be ready for next year's raid because the raid is the only thing that matters. Like, that's honestly, that's such a bummer that is the state of Destiny. It's not like, oh man, you really want to have the best gear you can get now because of things that happen now that matter. It's just like you want to be as well prepared as possible for next year so that you can immediately have nothing to do. Because the rest of the content is boring, like, honestly. I hate that I have any agreement with that, but I definitely see where you're coming from. The game is definitely lacking in content that really engages you. That's the good part of the ritual armor? What do you mean the ritual armor? Don't you mean the season pass armor? Thanks, bounties. Okay. This is the one rule. What kind of activity besides the raid would make people excited? Please don't say 6-man match made activity. Well, if there was like a 6-man match made activity of some kind. But no, I think there needs to be something like a horde mode. There just needs to be something that gets harder and harder and harder until you fail. Bottom line is there needs to be rewards for completing something that's actually genuinely difficult, but also not necessarily intended to be specifically farmable. Is he outside the map right there? He's outside the map right there. How did Mook break out? Did I just hit that? Or did I take too long? Did I ever mention that you surpassed your Destiny 2 playtime of 3 years and 9 months of Final Fantasy XIV? DCI Riku, as much as I am very envious of your position as a person who has spent a ton of time playing Final Fantasy XIV and very much believes that it's probably a pretty cool game, it's not RuneScape, so I just don't see the point. Have we gotten light callouts yet? Oh yeah, light 2-4. PogChamp. So far, so good, kind of. You guys are stepping all over each other's toes. All right, here we go. This is it. Time. Light mid. That's not the sword I thought it was going to be. Light right. Dang. Okay, so I have the wrong weapons up for this, but it's fine. Everything's fine. I hope whoever grabbed operator is going down with it. Oh. Ow. Is it just me or is it frustrating the catalyst for Hawkman doesn't let you get paracausal times 8? Wait, does it not? What does it do then? I want to go to move side, but I can't. So I'm at 6. Oof. How annoying. Honestly, this On Ashen Wings ornament kind of sucks. This is actually obstructing my sights. I can't say I find that particularly cute. Oh well. I mean, it might look good, but it's not helpful to not be able to see. It's a problem. I mean, that's so obstructive. It's like the iron sights of a weapon Apex. Almost exactly, actually. I hate this game. Wait, is that it? Oh my god, we have got to be way faster than that. Looks are all that matters. Yeah, I mean, in Destiny, when you have enough aim assist to just not even have to aim in the first place, you're kind of right, but honestly, I think I hate it. I can't believe I feel that way, because it does look so much better. But just being able to actually see is preferable. I mean, you can't see great with either of them, but you can barely see at all with the other. All these teleporting enemies are really disorienting and confusing. Okay. There's 6, 7. What the fuck? It should be at 8. That's stupid. Honestly, when you have 7, it should let you do unlucky. So dark 3-5, light 2-3. Someone shot the wrong one, I think. Rested peppers. Oh well. Guardian down. Hey, I'm glad all 3 of you guys liked my new video. Maybe with support from viewers like you, I'll make another one. I tried, Atlas. Because I agree. Part 2 win? I don't know, actually. I guess that depends on how quick Jenna can get to work on it, because the script's already done for that part. Dude, I should have ×8. I'm so mad. Damn, I absolutely owned that thing. Hopefully I get my light callouts in the not too distant future. Oh, nice. That's what I'm talking about. Didn't even have to call it a servitor either. These guys are professionals. Hopefully that's understandable enough. Stop it. I'm just like, having to press enter and move my other hand over to the keyboard thing is very confusing. Oh no. Light brights. Yeah. I usually do just type the initials. I don't know why I'm typing the whole thing. According to cheaters, what are the only reason anyone plays the game? You commented and liked to boost my metrics? Hey, thanks for that. Oh no, you were on time there, Vista. That was fine. It was a little tiny bit close. But really what I'm gonna do this time is I'm gonna be sneaky and just dab. The thing about the leveling system is that it's been just, like, bad forever. It's to the point where some people just embrace that it's bad. You didn't watch the video? That's cool, Kuma. I wouldn't expect you to. I know you're mostly here for the free snacks. Oh my god, chat. 3-peaking the way of the future? They get it? Dude, big.
Crypt power systems compromised. Initiating emergency backup system. Crypt status active. Orbital status standby. Humanoid life forms detected.
Archeon, I completely agree with that, and I think that's a major fault of the sunsetting system.
Welcome home.
Like, it makes it where when we farm for rolls, the farming process needs to be shorter if we are going to have to deal with the possibility of it getting sunset. Because if it is like raid gear specifically is the best example because you can only get it on a weekly basis, right? And I guess you could argue with the new raid chest at the end of Deepstone Crypt. It sort of soothes that issue to a little bit. Holy shit. it sort of soothes that issue to some extent.
Clarity control breached.
But nobody really wants to farm the entire raid for one gun every time. That's like, that's not fun.
Detected in the crypt laboratory. Status disastrous. Notice, vacate the premises immediately. This will be your only warning.
They could have sunset year 1, year 3, and said everything year 4 plus is good until year 6 too. Yeah, they could have done that actually. That would have been kind of interesting. I'd be down for that. Okay, my mouse is being such a pain. I don't need this much mouse cord. I'm getting pretty close to having blown 4,000 of my unpowered orbs. Hello, J-Balls Mahoney. You need that a firefight mode? Yeah, something like that, actually. Best idea for Destiny, stop developing it and just focus on making a new IP. 7 years is enough for one game. Are you making a joke right now? Because if you're making a joke, first of all, it's not that funny. And secondly, and perhaps much more importantly, isn't that exactly what they're doing, though? Which is why it's a joke? Like, that's the humor of it? Like, can we really assume that they're focusing on this game at the moment? Well, they said 10 years at one point, but I think they've realized that this game is,
Sector reassessment. Orbital platform active.
I didn't think that would work, but it did. It did waste my ammo, too, though. It takes a little fun out of it. Cute. This is gonna suck. They're gonna make a new game, and I'm gonna have to learn everything from the ground up again. Then I'm gonna have to make a new YouTube channel. Ugh. So much work. Just keep making Destiny forever. Gosh. Oh, there he is. Oh no, he got it. Darn it. I was really hoping to prevent that. Just go hard in Elden Ring and become a speedrunner? Dude, that's such a good idea. My complete lack of FPS skill must mean that I have some kind of skill in a different kind of game, right? How many of us are up top? Because I'm thinking that someone has left a guy alive. Hold down, down, hold down, down, down. I got the thing, I got the thing. Oh. I had already checked if I had that, so I should have known that I didn't. Got the thing, I got the thing, baby. And up I go. The thing that could kill Destiny is if Bungie does not get a handle on it, be the aimbot cheats. When this becomes crossplay, the PvP aspect of the game will be gone. That's what scares you. Honestly, I don't know if... I want to know what's going on with Destiny, man. I imagine that Bungie probably just has decided that PvP players are willing to take abuse. They're like, we pretty much left things unattended for a really long time, and as long as the PvP is serviceable, people will play it and say it's the best thing ever. It's like their favorite. Why did he say dead? Uh-oh. Ooh, but oh, unlucky. Yeah, exactly what I'm saying, Crafty. People have basically shown they will still play PvP no matter how shitty and ignored it is. Which is a kind of a negative outlook to have about it, because if they just actually put the effort in, I would bet that it would actually go from being kind of poop skadoodle to pretty popularino, you know? Do we have any clue at all about their next IP? It'd be really weird for there to be a Bungie IP that was just like not a shooter, I guess. It must be so far out that they have no idea what they're doing yet.
Sector reassessment. Orbital platform active. Orbital platform reached. Status. Calamity.
It's going to be a space shooter set in the distant future. Oh, you think they're going to try something completely new then? Haha, got him. I hit that in the eye, I don't want to hear it. Right in the retina. Bow down, down. Double snipers. Dude, a new game set in the Dark Age of Destiny would be sick. I'd be very into that. What if we replay all the events from the Destiny universe, but we control the bad guys? Well, then the bad guys would have to win. That'd be messed up. We don't want the bad guys to win. Not a one phase. Crikey. Hello, Robbie. You want to be an Elixir Kel boss with Lord of Wolves and just stomp and spam T-Bag Guardians? It would be pretty sick to have a game where you were a Kel and your mission was to become the strongest Kel of all. Wait. Oh. Look at us go. We're insane. What if we're already the bad guys right now? Oh my god, the plot twist. You mean all the alien species invading our solar system with the singular intent to kill us aren't the bad guys? That's insane. This entire time, I thought they were. Because they tried to kill us and invaded our solar system. Oh my god, my mind is just in pieces on the floor right now. Stop with the flinch. I can't handle it. Let it out. That's 2 servitors. I should get the one on the bottom. We got this. We did steal the Traveler? No, we didn't. It came to us of its own volition. Completely different thing. I feel like I usually have pretty good video game ideas and possibly changes in current games to make them better, but I also oh well, I'm not a game designer, so what do I know? Yeah, I think it comes down to there's a lot more that one would think going into any game.
I love you too.
The reality of making things happen is a huge component. Comatose, thanks so much for the 2 months. Cass, hey to you too. Glad you like the emote. Thank you for the continued support on my channel. We did it. We're insane. We're the best around. Nothing's gonna ever bring us down. Where the fuck is he? Was I looking right at that multiple times and didn't see it?
Orbital confinement protocol initiated. Status.
You haven't been
Nuclear cores obscured.
informed of why I use Eeny Meeny?
No warning.
Because Eeny Meeny is amusing.
Nuclear descent protocol.
Honestly, it's really not that deep. No, please. No, please. No. Why? Why would you do this to me? All you needed to do was have that other perk right here. You shitty, shitty gun. Oh well. I'm not looking for lead from gold. I'm looking for reconstruction.
Guardian down.
Probs. Lead from gold gives you special ammo when you pick up power ammo. I've never really seen it be a super meta perk, but with Spoils of War, it actually can kind of work.
Artificial intelligence activated.
Oh no, we got Warlocks in this fire team. Fucking Warlocks, man. They're so goddamn cool, it's actually insane.
Do not fool yourselves. This facility is not simply the fruitless work of some pathetic scientist. This house was
I mean, look at them.
by the genius Novus Ray the First
It's
himself.
disgusting.
Within lies humanity's salvation.
Not even using world line and going that fast.
Made possible
Thanks.
by clarity.
I love you too.
Magnificent, wasn't it?
It's like they got something to prove.
Beyond our own dimension. And the answer to humanity's eternal struggle. Mortality. Were it to fall into the wrong hands, humanity and the universe would be utterly doomed. I have no reason to believe you are anything other than the wrong hand.
I wasn't sure I could make that. I didn't get the max jump height out of my thing.
Godlike judgment.
Bad speedrun.
And eternal.
No! Oh! Still alive. All according to plan. Oh, my legs! and everything else. Do I know who iFlying is? No. Double sniper is not the best loadout. Although I must say, it sounds really good in this part. Did I just get to choose my camera angle for a finisher? Are you usually able to do that? That looked cool. Dude, how have I never known that? What the hell? Bro, that's sick. Marudo, thank you very much for the 69 months. Can we get a nice in the chat for Marudo with the 69 months of resubs? So who is iFlynn? Hey, thanks, Lil Funny. I'm glad you liked it. I thought it was pretty good too, and it's a treat for me because I just do the script and the recording of it, but Jenna did all of the video work, so I got to experience it like I was a viewer myself. That's cool. I didn't need ammo. Whoa, why you gotta shoot him down like that, Basaram? Just because it was the worst part of the video doesn't mean you need to tell him that to his face. Alright, what's going to be the best way to do callouts on this part? I'm going to do Leviathan callouts. These guys not play Leviathan? What the fuck? Filthy casuals, man. Feel gross being in the lobby. My attitude about Destiny has changed so much. It made the game feel so much better. I don't even really know what's changed either. He was gonna get it. He had it under control. Look at him go, dude. R1, R2 is always Matthew McConaughey. What the fuck? Why? I don't understand the logic of that one, but I love it. Mister, the important thing is that you were going to do it right, okay? It doesn't matter that I did it for you. The fact that you had it under control, whether or not I helped, is important. I'm not a fan of the big floppa. What is the big floppa? Is that what you call your pee-pee? MDK, thanks for the 2 months. appreciate the 2 months, MDK. Some was far right. Cup was far left. No, I don't know Big Floppa. You guys just make shit up, I swear. I wish it would stop giving me these easy callouts and give me something meaty and difficult. What you should have to do in this encounter, you guys ready for this? I'm about to blow your minds. I'm about to design a better encounter than Bungie did. What you should have to do in this encounter, oh, I'm deactivated. This is not fun at all, is the operator should have to individually spawn in nukes, and the scanner should have to scan all of these things, and sometimes you might not have to use any nukes at all, and sometimes you might have to use all 4 nukes. And if you spawned in an extra nuke beyond what you needed, then that would obviously be a pain in the ass because one of you would have to juggle it, or you would have them die due to radiation. And it would be just a lot more dynamic than just knowing that there's always going to be 2 or 3 if you don't do it at all with the operator. The operator's role would actually matter. They would have a way to mess up, and the scanner's role would actually matter. They would, I mean, I guess scanner does matter to some extent as it is, but it's so easy to recover from mistakes. Are you saying the Callus callouts goes to Starman? Apple Alligator? What the fuck is that? This man's making up callouts as we speak. Fuck, that stupid captain's in my way. Ah, that's a pain. What? Did that man have max, stacks? This is a fun encounter. Gameplay-wise, not the most fun, but design-wise. The Callus callouts are actually pretty sick in this encounter, in my opinion. No! Fucking pillar! Who put that pillar there?
Nuclear descent protocol deactivated. Orbital collision remains imminent. Clever little rat. I will not forget what you have done
Damn.
here today. Upon collision, the crypt will be torn open, and all defenses will be destroyed.
I don't even know how I'm supposed to do this section with
Now open to all.
Omega Hyperspeed.
Enemies alike.
See, like, that was almost it, but it's just hard.
Humanity's fate is now on.
I didn't throw world first, Razor Cut. If anyone threw world first, it was you. I don't know why you weren't on my team. You fired the ship from Coup de Grace 70 times and didn't get it. Any idea why? Did you talk to Oziach? Slowly Jacket, did you just get my RuneScape reference? Please tell me you just got my RuneScape reference. Yeah, OSRS is coming to Steam, and if you're tempted to play, you should have me. It is a game that could very easily just... It's fun. It's cool. It's a good game. But also, it eats your entire life. So, you know, big benefit, little cost. I love that whoever is starting this instantly is just the absolute best. I'm into it. Like, why have good gear on for anything? Just fucking start stuff.
Thanks. I love you too.
Mesa, thanks so much for the 41 months. Appreciate it, Mesa. Thank you. I was trying to figure out how to do that melee with my sword out. How do you melee with your sword out, just like a normal melee? RuneScape is actually like, it's just super lit. Doesn't it? Oh, actually, no, it does have cat girls. Hold up, wait. See? Alright, that's about as fast as I can press the S key. How do you level up? Oh, you mean in... Yeah, so basically you do the things that I said in my video. I would suggest starting with comp and then probably just maybe load up a different game afterwards. If anyone doesn't have the right gear on right now, they're crazy. Alright, I'm gonna absolutely pop off this game. It's gonna be insane. Look at that multi-kill on these dregs. World's first 8-piece dreg shatter. Supposed to do all Sturm? Who the fuck cares about Sturm? Sturm is stupid. If you can get everybody on the fire team to agree to doing that, I'll do it too. I literally... Wow, that's Destiny for you. I accidentally threw my shuriken directly at a wall, and it bounced here, and then hit a dreg here, and then into another dreg there, because there's just literally no way you're allowed to fail in this game. It's just not allowed. Like, oh, you did something that should have deservedly caused you to fail? No, you're good. It's fine. Where'd he go? Okay. So... What is happening? Is that all of them? What the fuck? Okay, someone needs to pick up operator next time. Actually, no, I'll get operator. Someone get... Well, actually, no. I don't know. Who wants operator? Who wants suppressor? I'll do either whatever someone doesn't want. Wait. Oh, we took too long, Pain. Only one thing you can do about something like this. You gotta believe. Yeah, aim assist in Destiny definitely takes a lot of the skill out of it, which is unfortunate when skill gap could be part of what would make it fun. Nice, we got an operator now. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Don't start it before I've got my guns, but if you do, I won't be too upset. Okay. I definitely pressed the right buttons there. That was weird. Yeah, we're evolving, Basara. We've evolved from normal raids with people that are known and no comms to people can join if they want to, knowing that it's a no comms raid and that they're forfeiting their right to a good time by joining. Oh my gosh, stop it, you. You stop that. Wait, what do you mean more like Slayerage? Like Powerade? I don't want to die. No, please. That's so fucking stupid.
Guardian down.
No! No, god damn it, please. Okay, well that was great. Okay, I thought that was connected to the Broadway comment, Plifto, so that was what lost me there.
Guardian down.
I was like, what does me raiding have to do with Broadway? He must not mean raiding. He must be talking about like Gatorade. Powerade. Let's go! Multiple people are dead. Where's my divinity? What the fuck? No! Oh! Only I didn't have falling guillotine on the world line. Some slight mistakes were made. Oh wait, I could take this opportunity to get my gear. And then I'll get Poggy Woggy damage and carry the raid. Big. Yes, I get your joke now. Oh my god, can you proc triple tap by swapping back and forth between weapons? And why was my damage so far behind Vista and Moof Moof? What the fuck? Are snipers really that bad? Holy shit. Bum 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 ba bum. As catchy as this song is, I still really just don't care for it much. I think it's less that it's catchy actually, and more that I've listened to it so many times that it's just like deeply embedded in my brain. I'm off tune. You're off tune. That's like C tier, I think. Maybe even D. No, too much speed. Oh, that would have actually been pretty smooth. Oh, that's not gonna work, is it? Damn, look at me go. I'm such a useful teammate. I'm fucking insane at being useful. Actually nuts. I'm so disappointed. At least I didn't die, I guess. Was that our divinity guy? Fucking Christ. $246, no! Where's my Well of Radiance? I cannot believe this. It's so little health left. Oh my god, this game. You can get enough damage from bomb drops? No, that damage doesn't actually count, but that'd be really amusing if it did. Alright, my damage better be slightly above theirs. Nope, behind, still. Why? What am I doing wrong? Oh yeah, I don't have anarchy on. Ah, boring. Is Colony insane? What do you mean, of course? Who the hell cares about Colony? Oh, Colony hits when invulnerable. Wow. That's a weird and random effect of the weapon. People used it to kill knights in Crown of Sorrow. Oh, I didn't know that that's like a known thing that's been there for a while. That sounds about right. Okay, well, we're gonna get a really clean, easy one phase this time, and it's gonna be very disappointing for me. Because I don't want to get a clean, easy one phase. I want to get hella damage. Ugh, boring. Everything's gotta be so boring all the time, man. Where's the thing? You know, I felt like I was standing at a respectful social distance, but I guess not. I should have used my thingy. Well, that was disappointing. On multiple levels. Alright, Vista. Oh, hey, we did the challenge. That's so cool and purposeful on my part.
Guardian down.
Why am I not seeing any further explanation?
Guardian down.
Did they get it or not? I need to know if I should be typing Hyper Omega Poggers crazy. Okay, well, they left without... Oh, you crashed? Did you actually get it or no? Nice. I'm glad you got it. Told you you would. I knew it. Had a feeling. Vista probably didn't get it, though. Knowing Vista. Maybe on Vista's third raid today. My helmet is Iron Banner, yeah. It's actually an Iron Banner ornament, though, too. So it's not even actually Iron Banner. At least not in the sense that you could get it if you wanted to. All right. Hey, paid actor IRL. First things first, you're going to want to
Guardian down.
subscribe to my YouTube channel a second time. Well, we did a raid. That's howdy doodly. I'm very proud of everyone involved in that production. Thanks so much for joining, everybody who joined for that raid. It's time to do another raid, preferably with a slightly different cast of characters, just to keep things nice and fresh. But if we can't get a completely fresh group together, that's fine too. We'll just die, I guess. Thank you very much. Appreciate the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. It's very nice of you. Wait, did you not know that was the gifted sub alert? I actually have kind of wondered about that gifted sub alert because it makes me think like, am I going to get DMCA'd to death? Hey, you know, 4Frame. Cookies, you better join. If you need a raid and you're not in this fire team by the time the raid starts, I'm going to be pissed. Sorry you guys have to deal with my RuneScape alerts. I know that's probably very disconcerting to a lot of you. God, this thing is beautiful. Ugh. Yeah, Kira, actually, I think I do.
Aramis found it. The deep stone
Oh,
crypt,
gosh.
the birthplace of the Exo.
Ooh, we got one place for you, Kira. You better hurry. Chocolate bit
Followers
bookie.
intend to make use of it, to unleash a chaos they do not
Ooh,
understand.
we have no more room for you, Kira, but we can have you join in the next run.
Power beyond their wildest dreams.
You can join the next one.
They must be stopped.
I'll make sure to hold a spot for you. I don't want to kick Zim or Boplet Big Bookie because they're not in my fire team quite as often. Plus, I didn't guarantee a reserve spot, so. So, chat. Need your honest opinions. You have plenty of time to think about it. How many times did you laugh watching the video that I released today on YouTube? The answer 1, 0 or 4. Other answers need not apply. Yes, Basara? You didn't laugh a single time, Limonada? Damn, you are dead. Not watched it? Ooh. None but a lot of smirks. Fuck. Gotta be funnier than that. Hey, thanks for joining Unsung Heroes. You don't laugh? Why don't you laugh? Why don't you play Destiny? What the hell is wrong with my audience? You should be playing Destiny and laughing all the time. You didn't think you've ever laughed at a Destiny video? What the hell? Really? But it was meta commentary. It's supposed to be funny on account of not being Destiny necessarily, but of, you know, never mind. This is a lost cause. There's just no hope. Bonk. Yeah, MP edits videos are pretty insane. The amount of time you must spend editing everything has to be just ridiculous. I mean, he's actually so talented on top of being extremely hardworking with it, it's kind of nuts. He's a gift to the Destiny community.
Guardian down.
You're too busy seething over Slayer's opinions to laugh, making fun of my very valid complaints. How dare he? It's not horrible. It's no wellspring, but it's something. A little bit of extra damage isn't the worst ever, but man, wellspring... No, actually, I guess I probably would wind up using that at long range. High impact reserves might be better than wellspring, considering. Oh yeah, for sure, 4-frame, for sure. Nice, Farzad. I'm a little teeny bit disappointed in the lack of lacking. I gotta work some more humor into my scripts. To be honest, I got a little bit lazy with the script because it got so fucking long that I was just like, you know, if I actually try to do a bunch of passes to get good humor in this, it's just gonna take me way longer to actually get a video made. And I'm at a point where just putting something out at all is probably a lot better than trying to make whatever I put out perfect. And that's the story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down. And I'd like to take a minute, so you can just sit right there, and I'll tell you all about how I became a person that uploads on YouTube still, every so often. Oh yeah, trying too hard at humor can be annoying, for sure. You know, Limonada, that's some very I appreciate that feedback, thanks. You're a funny guy, but I don't think you let enough of your personality shine in videos. New ones sound too much like a script being read. You want more natural Slayerage off the cuff mixed in. Yeah, I'll try and do that. You know, the best way to do that would be to, like, deviate. Well, that's not really a good word. Anyway, just not use a script. Don't follow a script, but follow bullet points and then just talk about them. I probably get some good stuff doing that. I honestly, like I said, it was kind of a rushed video in the sense that I wanted to make a video since I have not made a video in entirely too long. I would say like Datto, but Datto knows what he's doing. Datto's a legend, and I am not a legend. Dude, I wish that I could do stream highlight videos, but nobody highlights it when I do funny things on stream. Some hilarious shit will happen and everybody's like, lol, in the chat, and nobody presses the goddamn clip button.
Guardian down.
Wasn't there a clip of you getting 420 no scope by that boss in Glassway GM? I don't know what you're talking about, but 420 no scoped is a pretty funny term. So the fact that I go by the legend himself on YouTube, I'm thinking about making a change to be Slayerage instead, and I might make a video explaining that just so that it's not completely lost on people and they're not like, who is this person? I don't remember subscribing to them.
Guardian down.
Yeah, I know you do, Isaac, and I appreciate that. I really do. Like, that's actually very, very great. You guys ever notice that XQC always uses caps lock whenever he tweets anything? Actually, hold up. Why would I assume anybody follows XQC? Do you actually watch on PS4, Basara? I did raid with him, that's true. And he is a good streamer, that is also true. But the fact that he leaves caps lock on at all times while tweeting is a weird power move. OSRS journey? Yeah, see, if I had actually made that... I should have made that video or saved clips as I was actually playing through old school. Because I could have got some pretty good stuff in there. I got a Hydra Claw in RuneScape yesterday. Pretty lucky. Cookies, that's a really great idea about the Overwatch comp, but I thought we were doing a raid right after this. That might be worthwhile, Duke Div. Possibly. I'm not sure yet. Basara, what are the rewards and trials right now? Oh, I know, Isaac.
Guardian down.
It looks like we're a little bit stuck here at the moment. Adept Summoner and Adept Counterbalance? What the fuck is Adept Counterbalance?
Guardian down.
Counterbalance but Adept. Oh, okay. Thanks.
Guardian down.
I'm gonna revive them so they don't potentially get sent all the way to the beginning.
Guardian
I'm
down.
gonna revive them so they wait. Pain. You mean you don't save hundreds of OSRS hours to make one 15-minute long video? OSRS content creators deserve more. Yeah, I mean, it's actually kind of crazy the amount of time that goes into making old school videos, but realistically, I'm sure a lot of their content doesn't necessarily even need to be recorded at all. Probably large swathes of it that are just monotonous. Oh, and they're probably playing while they edit. Oh my god. So smart. I didn't even think of that. Oh, hey, I just finished selling my imbued heart. Very lucky. You see, I was selling the imbued heart for 27.3 mil.
Guardian down.
And I'm simply going to just buy it back now for 27 or 26.9 mil. So I'll just make 400k on that. Over a very small amount of time. It'll be great.
Guardian down.
It didn't work. God damn it. Oh wait, it did. We're good. No. No, please. Yes. All right, we got through the first encounter. 1 down, 2 to go. So when I think about playing RuneScape Iron Man, on the one hand, it sounds like it'd be really, really satisfying to have to go for all of my stuff myself and to feel very, like, self-made. Whenever I see an Iron Man rocking something like a T-bow, I'm like, oh my god, what a badass. And then I think about the fact that I don't even want to do that on a main account. So, like, if I had started as an Iron Man, I think I'd prefer that, but I didn't start as an Iron Man. Pain. I want to stay up top. My talents are needed on the bottom. Yeah, I would do Group Iron Man. Honestly, Group Iron Man would be sick. I would be very, very happy to be able to do that. The best bottom in the world. I mean, like, sexually? What's up, Blue Devil? Dude, that guy from my world first raid team with Beyond Light. He plays RuneScape, and he has an Iron Man, and his account is pretty progressed, and I'm pretty envious of it. And if I wish Group Iron Man was a thing so that I could play with him and be big chillin', this dude, that guy's cool. Oh no, did Lol Funny say L1, L2 when he meant L4, L5? Oh god, he probably did the weird callouts. Oh, he just said the wrong numbers entirely. Never mind. Completely different problem. What's Group Iron Man? Sounds like Group Lotto Ticket Split. Maybe? I'm pretty sure the idea of Group Iron Man is pretty much just, instead of making it where you're completely self-sufficient, you have to be group sufficient. So you can't just buy things on the Great Exchange from other random players, but the people who are in your Group Iron Man. Dude, Group Iron Man would be sick. I would really be thrilled about that.
Guardian down.
Exactly, Wildfire. Good start, good start. Haven't failed yet. Okay, and now we failed because someone shot it immediately before we literally had any idea what it was. Yeah, I guess we might have ran out of time. That's true. Good point. My assumption is that if someone did shoot it, it was probably a Warmind cell or something, though. So in my callouts, Nosd, 1 is just closest to where we spawn, so it would be 1 here, 2 is there, and then 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay. I didn't know Warmind cells didn't damage fuses. Good luck, Vista. Yeah, I feel like it makes a lot more sense to call out based on where the scanner spawns than anything else. Personally. Unlucky. Lol, funny, they're so simple. They're so simple. Why are you the way that you are? No. I don't want to go down. 1 is not near the operator door. 1 is as far from the operator door as possible. No! No, Vista! What? Is it Vista that's doing the wrong ones? Which were they again? L1, L2. Okay. So either he got them wrong. Now, how did he correct himself last time and then do the exact same mistake the next time? If only I was a little faster, or if I had a healing nade on hand or something. Way more common than mine. They'll both work fine. Yeah, I mean, any callout system works fine as long as people actually know what everybody is expecting. All funny. 1 is closest to spawn door. 5 is closest to operator door. The farther you go from spawn point, the higher the numbers go. I do think that it's really, really whack how people are like, 1 is the one closest to that side because this is the direction the operator comes when they come into this room, even though in order to actually get to that side, they have to turn right and pass 3 and 4 before they get to 5, or in their case 1. Like what? Don't you know to get to 1 you have to go like the call outs in order of what you actually like walk past are 3, 2, 1. And the very first one that you see if you're looking to either side is 3 on that one, and then this most obvious one over here is 4. Like what? I'm totally dead. I'm not getting call outs anywhere near fast enough. Cecil Azor, thank you very, very much for the 29. Really appreciate that, Cecil. Thank you. I actually wish there was a consistent community agreement on like a 1 through 10 callouts for it. I get that. I like it because you can count them even if the walls are in your way. Don't know if that makes sense. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I feel like that's just less intuitive than it needs to be. I also don't know, like, it makes no sense to me that the callouts will be based on what the operator sees and where they go, rather than the callouts being based on what the scanner is seeing. Like, oh, pain. Mega pain. You got ripped into using the one at spawn method. Why the fuck would you do it that way? See, like, that is what blows my mind, though, because I feel like it makes so much more intuitive sense on so many levels to call out by scanner. Like, I'm trying to think of a good comparison. I mean, this doesn't hold up at all. But when I think of it in my brain, it's something more like in Callus, how the people who are in the dimension unable to interact with the Scions will say, like, sun, and then the person in the other side goes to sun and hits it, right? So the person doing the calling out tells the person on the other side where to go, rather than... I guess this doesn't hold up at all, like I said. I'm trying to think of a better example. But drawing a blank. You don't call out Scourge based on where you are down in, you call out from where the encounter starts. I am trying to think what encounter you're even referring to right now. Final encounter. First encounter. Why did I not hear that second exploder shank? Unlucky. Oh, should be an easy thing to continue to completion. Every encounter in Scourge is always already labeled 1-4 on the map. Boss also. Dude, I'm struggling so hard to think of a really clear example of what I'm thinking of. Part of the reason is there's no orientation-based callouts that I know of. Like in Riven, for example. When you call out like bird with big wings or something, there's no orienting that really. War Priest?
Crypt power systems compromised. Initiating emergency backup system. Crypt
In your defense, LG groups do security starting from Optor, but in Tanix Part 2 counting
humanoid life forms
core
detected.
deposits
Approaching clarity
from the door.
control. Threat determined. Crypt compromised.
What?
Nuclear descent protocol recommended.
Those are pretty good, actually. No intellect. In Riven, when you dunk, you go into the viewer's perspective instead of the eye holder. Is that what you mean? In Riven, when you dunk?
Unknown biology.
You have to, Basara. I hate it, but you have to.
Status disastrous. Notice, vacate the premises immediately. This will be your only warning.
Riven, when you dunk, you go to the viewer's perspective instead of the eye holder. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was referring to. For some reason, I thought you were talking about Oryx. I must be more tired than I think I am. Killoth, thanks so much for the 22 months. Appreciate you, Killoth. Thank you. He's saying, I think, why not be consistent and keep the same numbering when they don't? Danix spawn as 1. I mean, I don't understand how Tanix's callouts are hypocritical, but honestly, I don't even know what callouts you use during Tanix, so I'm not sure. Yeah, exactly. Operator has to wait for callouts anyway, so going off of them, like, dude, there's so many reasons that it doesn't make sense to me. Like, that is probably, like, that's just a symptom of the underlying thing that operator is not the one that should be deciding where the callouts are. Like, if you're operator, you don't get to say, this is 1 because that's where I enter from, because you don't even know the fucking callouts, all right? Like, if the scanner says right here, you go where the scanner is. So if the scanner figures 1 is close to where they start, because that's where they picked up the scanner augment, then they are right. And as operator, you shut up. Hey, thanks, Maybe Oxide. Hopefully part 2 lives up to expectations. Appreciate it. I mean, people would argue against your method for security than use your method for Taniks. Yeah, okay, I finally see what you're saying. And you were waiting too long. Unlucky. I want them to use spawn as 1. The argument is that spawn as security should be 1. Yeah. And then they just like, I don't understand. On LFG, they're like, you know what? 1 is always the thing that's closest to spawn, but this time we're just going to fuck it up because it's on the lower level. Because it's on the lower level, we're going to consider the operator door spawn, even though you still have to wrap around to even get closest to 1 for some reason. Like, the whole concept of 1 being 1 in raid callouts in my brain is like, whatever is closest to you is 1. Yeah, my truth teller is godly. I love it. Like, is there ever a raid where you have a 1 that is not closest to you? No, you're good, Malifa. I was just not understanding what you're saying because I'm tired, I think. Deep Stone Crypt Security? No, okay? No. If you call out 5 as the closest to where you spawn in Deep Stone Crypt Security, you're whack. You might not even be aware of how whack you are, but that is whack. Absolutely no reason to just flip the call outs just because you have to go to a lower level of the room. No, he's gonna get it again. How do you know? How do you know? He's so lucky. He made a random 1 in 3 guess and it panned out. I should have started next to him. That was my only chance. Rivenize, everything same distance. Yeah, I mean, that's a different situation. First plate is closest to Oryx, not the door. I don't think there was any, like... Did you even have to get on the plates in a certain order? I'm pretty sure it was literally just wherever he slammed his hand. So I don't know. That one's... I don't know about that. So I think the best going strategy with using Lament to beat the hell out of the boss, why would you do that? Rest and peppers. Might be wiped anyway. Yeah, we are. That was not a good time to send an elevator down. Unlucky. I shouldn't have gotten in the elevator when I saw that happen, but I didn't work through the logistics of it fast enough. It was like once I was fully in the elevator, I was like, now there's no way for Scan to get down. The only reason you usually orient yourself based on spawn is because you're typically at the quote-unquote back of the room. So we're not going to get into it, but when you spawn, you're quote-unquote at the front of the room, not the back. How dare you? And security is not more like a circle, and spawn is not irrelevant because of that. All right, you're just making things up for every aspect of that. It has nothing to do with being at the back of the room. It has everything to do with whatever's closest to you just becomes one. I mean, that's all there really. There's no more complex logic to it. I really wish I could think of some good examples of encounters that would prove this point. So we're just going to run through the raids in order and think about it. You'd literally be arguing the exact opposite if your team decided to number things the other way on day one. It's the only reason I feel the way I do. No, it isn't. It comes down, like, literally my whole issue with the way that they number things is saying that operator should be the one who decides where the numbers are when the person who's scanning is telling them where to go. The first thing that the scanner scans by default becomes 1. The way that the scanner passes through the room becomes 1 to 5. And when you grab the scanner augment out of the terminals, or when you pick it up off the very first spawning vandal, you're much closer to one side of the room than the other, which is why that side is the one side. In a lot of situations, back and front don't really have any meaning in particular. Like, I would not say back or front in Scourge ever in the first place, but if I were to say it, it would be in the context of if you need to go to the back of the room, we're talking about... Did someone actually just shoot the boss instantly on purpose? I think Lil Funny might have actually shot the boss instantly on purpose because I had scanner. Don't lie to me, Lil Funny. That happens again, we're gonna have a problem. How do I call Tanix Part 1? I mean, if I was to say that whether he was at the back or the front of the room, I'd say he's at the back of the room, because he's at the far side of it. But I don't really say back or front there either. If I was talking about the dunk locations, I would say if you said back right, I would assume it was the far right. But I would just say far right for clarity, because it doesn't really matter. Or you can use callus callouts, or you can use apple, banana, rectangle, alligator. I mean, yeah. R1, R2, L1, L2 is also pretty convenient. And I feel like when you say L2, you're getting, you know, you're going farther from the origin. In school, the front of the classroom is always where the teacher is, so in your brain, the front of the room is always the far side. Yeah, I mean, it definitely is pretty context dependent. Like, if you're trying to specifically say what the front or the back of something is consistently, it's gonna just depend heavily on the context. When people talk about a raid like it's a classroom and the boss is the teacher, I hate everyone. Wow, that's exactly what I was hoping to hit. The thing behind me and off screen. If anything, the dark side should be numbered 1 to 5, starting from the spawn side, and light should be numbered 1 to 5, starting from the operator door side, because the tanks are read left to right, and that means the room should be laid out the same way. I do not agree with that at all. That would just make it more confusing. It's kind of like language in that sense, where the most appropriate solution is whatever is going to be most well understood, which is why it's important to actually go over callouts before you start a raid encounter. But I think having consistency with what you intuitively default to is also worthwhile. Are we gonna die? We're totally fucked. I don't know, Phony Badger. Good question. Well, Crafty, you say that's logical, and I don't disagree with that, but the thing is, pretty much every callout scheme is going to have a logic to it. They can have internal consistency, but what I'm looking for is consistency across multiple encounters, where the rules that you use to figure out what your callouts are going to be are applicable in other situations too. I mean, by the same logic of Taniks Part 1 being R1, R2, where R2 is the farther one from spawn, that is a very consistent system. Like, I think if you did R1, R2, L1, L2, you would never have any confusion at all in the Taniks Part 2 encounter. Because people might get confused about... oh my gosh, thank you. People might get confused when it comes to front and back. And you might be able to find confusion about other things too, but R1, R2, L1, L2, pretty agreeable. I guess Little Funny decided to be merciful and allow us to complete the raid. Get out of the way. I waited quite a while on that. Oh my gosh. That was so slow. Why in the world? What I'm speaking about is preferences, not logic. I feel like you're definitely overstepping the bounds of what those words mean. Specifically logic. There's nothing inherently more logical about saying because the fuses are left to right on one side and left to right on the other side, therefore you have 1 to 5 be set up some certain way. That's just trying to establish some internal consistency with the fuse part and the final part. Are we going to wipe to the... We're going to wipe to the other thing, aren't we? In Taniks Part 1, if we spawned it underneath Taniks stage instead of opposite end of the room, you'd still call the boxes the same thing? Would you flip them? Yeah, we're dead. Unlucky. If we spawned underneath Taniks stage instead of the opposite end of the room, would you call the boxes the same thing or would you flip them? Let's see. It would kind of depend a little bit, I guess. I mean, each situation is going to be unique, but if you, if it was exactly like the operator encounter, where you had to go all the way to the opposite end of the room, and like, so you enter the room the same way that you do ultimately as we currently have it. Right? So you enter the room the exact same way as you currently do. I'm busting out the paint so I can just diagram what I'm talking about.
Sector reassessment.
So,
Orbital platform active. Orbital platform breached. Status:
We currently enter the room from over here, right? But at the room layout, we're instead like this, where there's a stairwell at the end, and then you still come in this way. Then I think that the layout or the spawns or the callouts wouldn't change, but it would depend on what you actually have to do down here. Because the whole concept of the callouts not changing is based on my idea that you still have 6 people all coming from this same direction, all with the same information, all with the same orientation and that sort of thing. So even though if you started down here, it just wouldn't make a difference if the encounter effectively starts right here. In the same way that when you start the Atrax encounter, hello? It doesn't actually start until you've like walked forward a little bit, right? Like you need to actually get everybody a little bit near the glass for the encounter to begin. And that is... So I would like be rethinking the entire encounter to try and determine if what you're saying actually makes sense. Because I guess I'm not going down. Right, so why are you saying where you spawn should dictate anything? It's your basis for the 1 to 5 shit. Again, the ultimate reasoning for it comes down to that's where you pick up scanner. Like spawn is, I guess, coincidentally the same place as scanner is, but when you pick up scanner, you scan, like, I mean, let's say that there's a terminal there, and like the other 3 are that way. Like this is roughly where the terminal is. Like you pick it up, and then if you're gonna start scanning, you're not gonna go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, you're gonna go to the end that's closest to you. Which is the same as spawn, because the Vandal has a tendency to spawn in where spawn is. So I guess maybe I could be wrong to say that it's about where spawn is, but the real takeaway is that it's very context dependent, because each encounter is very different from every other encounter. And having something where the person with scanner calls out, or the person with operator, the person who actually has the ability to call out is the one who should be figuring out where the callouts go, I guess is the baseline rule that I think is probably accurate. But the example of Tanix Part 2, or Part 1, spawn is the decisive thing. I guess the real, like, confounding variable in this whole conversation is the fact that the scanner is the only one that can call out in security, and when you only have one person that can call out, whatever their starting orientation is where the number 1 will typically be, or well, will always be, we assume. But that is coincidentally the same place as spawn is. So I guess what I'm saying is I think you are completely right about spawn being meaningless and spawn not being the one-size-fits-all answer to where orientation for callouts is. But the reason that this raid becomes an exception to that rule is because not everybody has the capacity to call out in the first place. It's only the person who actually has scanner. So in the case where, in order to figure out callouts for something, you have to progress in a certain direction, I think the origin point, or the most appropriate origin point to start that scan, is what 1 will be. Thoughts?
Guardian down.
Thanks, you got me. You have a great day too. We should have had someone downstairs killing the whatever they are. Big time save. LOL. Oh wait, we need someone else to go down. No, we don't. Is that? No. So the one on the ground won't explode by the time we've killed the first guy, as long as we actually pile on the first guy.
Guardian down.
XD. Winnable. Not winnable. Wait, there's two of them. What the fuck? I've never seen that. You know, that wipe could have been avoided if I hadn't attacked the boss early, and I recognized that I was attacking the boss early, but there's some sadistic part of me that wanted to punish the team for not all being ready to attack the boss immediately and follow Lolfunny immediately after we waited so long for the boss to spawn in because nobody was on the bottom killing servitors. So I was like, if I can actually push this alone, I'm going to do that. And I didn't recognize that it was going to cause us to wipe. I'll say that. I thought that we would just have someone go down and it would be fine. But Lolfunny was the one that picked up the orb. So that wound up being a problem. But yes, there was intentional sadism there, so I'm not too upset about the fact that we have to do this encounter again. I mean, if you're going to wait that whole time with everybody up top to try and pile on the guy, but not be ready to pile on the guy, at least a couple people, like, instantly, what in the world? Thanks so much for the sub, Chrome. We have multiple guillotines? Okay, well, there you go. There's your problem. Why do we have multiple guillotines? Just put Lament on. It's so much better than guillotine for this. We wanted 6 people so we could get it the first floor? Yeah, I mean, but we didn't even have like 2 people. That's the whole point I'm getting at right now. Like, that was a barely more than 1 person job. And we had like 6 people all upstairs. So it should have been easy peasy lemon squeezy. Not that it really matters. I mean, we got a couple days to get this raid done. So we're probably fine. This raid encounter does not really require quickness or competence of any kind. It's kind of silly. That it? We good? I mean, I get, like, really, the reason that I like to grab scanner is because I do think having someone quickly moving with scanner, particularly if they start up top, guarantees that you're going to have an extra person every time to hit the boss. And just going faster about it means that people have plenty of time to group up. Other people could do it too, but I just trust myself too, so that's why I like grabbing it. At the end of the day, though, it really doesn't matter. It's a pretty easy encounter. Fuck you. Fuck you so much.
You have no warnings left. Nuclear descent protocol initiated.
I mean, it's got fluted handling, extended reconstruction. Recombination would have been godly there. I guess unrelenting might not be the worst ever. This is not really any particular kind of run. It's a viewer run, I guess, but nothing special about it.
Guardian down.
Blifto, I am so sorry. I did not know that you were a minority person. I am so sorry for giving you an ad. Very messed up of me. I'm a viewer too, Vista. We're all viewers in here. Each and every one of us.
Artificial intelligence activated. Enjoying yourselves, intruders? It's worth knowing the cataclysmic damage you will be responsible for today. Do not fool yourselves.
Fucking railing.
This is not simply the fruitless work of some pathetic scientist. This house was built by the genius Clovis Bray the First himself. Within lies humanity's salvation. La Fontaine de Jouvence. Made possible by clarity control. Magnificent, wasn't it? An entity from beyond our own dimension. And the answer to humanity's eternal struggle. Mortality.
Guardian
Were it
down.
to fall into the wrong hands, humanity...
Oh yeah, I did get a new mic. It's been a little bit, but yes, I did.
I have no reason to believe you are anything other than the wrong hand. You now face God-like judgment. May it extend eternally.
How annoying. I do not feel like I've got transversals on.
Guardian down. Guardian down. Guardian down.
Yeah, I do know comms raids usually just because it's easier to talk chat as opposed to getting involved in a conversation that has quiet points, you know, you feel me? But yes, pretty much exactly what Crafty said. Crafty, I didn't see what your thoughts were on my point of it being you orient based on wherever the person who is able to call out begins their calling out journey from. Like, I'm thinking if you have... So... Let's think Spire of Stars for a second. Like, if you had Spire of Stars, where there is, there's like the 4 big plates and the 4 little plates, right? And if, let's say, you had to stand on a specific one of those, and the terminal to pick up the augment was right here, how would you label those? Would this be like R1, R2, or L1, L2, R1, R2? Or do you think with scanner picked up over here, you would do 1, 2, 3, 4? Because I feel like that would probably still depend on the context of like what you can actually see. Because like, let's say that once you pick up scanner, you have to run through like this, and there's just like a tunnel that you have to follow, where the only way you can actually see is a window like this, right? If the scanner had to pick it up and go this particular way, I feel like that situation right there, it suddenly goes from being L1, L2, R1, R2 to instead being 1, 2, 3, 4 at that point, because the scanner is forced to identify them in that order, which is exactly how the crypt security is set up, because you've got the terminal, and at the terminal you are farthest from 5 to an extent where if you were to go do 5 first after picking it up in the terminal, it'd be like, what is you doing? Especially because 1 and 2 are right next to each other, so you can front load your ability to process of eliminate them by going to that side first.
Nuclear descent protocol active. Utter destruction of Europa imminent.
I feel like we've always named stuff based on where we're standing when the callouts actually get made. Not how you would view the room from one static location ahead of time, but not positive that's always been true. Yeah, I think that you are probably right about that. The static position itself, like, I guess that's part of the point that I was not intending to make, but nonetheless making with that diagram. The static position of the terminal in that case that I just described being on the far left, that isn't what matters. It's the fact that as you progress from left to right, you see them in the 1, 2, 3, 4 order. So, by the same logic, if the terminal were on the right, but it forced you to do a lap around the entire room where you still still got to see them in the same order as you did in the way that I described it before, nuclear chicken boys. You have to walk across the whole room? Yeah, but, okay. We're busting out the paint again. I already have a lot of radiation, so I'm actually not a good person to be picking up the ball anyway. So, wank. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is, I can't handle that. 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make sure they don't need my help. I'm actually in some danger here. I'll probably die if they don't grab it. I might grab it. Hopefully he recognizes I'm trying to get him to him. I'm dead. I had a good life. It's fine. I knew I had no business picking it up because of the radiation, but I also didn't need to pick it up when I saw that he was going for it. Like, that was under control. So I just messed myself up for no reason at all. If you're an operator, you have to know what scan is saying, otherwise no point. Yeah. Yep. Okay, anyway, so this is the layout. There's the operator door over here. There's the terminal right here. That's a really great diagram, Slayerage. Thanks, Slayerage. I'm really proud of it. Yeah, okay, whatever. That's the room layout, something like this, right? So when you pick up scanner, it's typically either right here or right here. Those are the two locations where scanner might spawn in. And when you pick that up, there's just no reason to go all the way over here and be like, okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Like, you're going to start scanning at this end to try and get it scanned as fast as possible. Especially because, like I said, there's more of them at one side than the other side, so you can save yourself some time doing process of elimination. Because if you don't see the last two, then you know that they are it, right? So if you're checking them and it's like, okay, this one is 1, this one isn't, this one isn't, this one isn't, then you know that it's 5, right? It's just checking more faster. I don't know why I'm even getting into that. Anyway, so when you pick this up, it makes sense to go in this order. And then also, the other terminals are like here, relatively. Somewhere in this zone. So, by the same logic, you wouldn't pick it up and go like, okay, I'm going to go over here, and that's 1. You're going to go, okay, I'm closest to these, and I can, like, this is the fastest way to loop through the room. Check all of them, rather than doing a whole ass fucking circle. You know, I was thinking about doing a raid guy, but honestly, what's the point? Everybody says my callouts are stupid. I mean, Crafty, that's what I said. That's what I said earlier. They're both, like, there's any number of different logical ways of doing it that have some internal consistency to them. Some are going to be more or less appropriate, just based on, what is it, Occam's razor? Oxum, is that right? Whatever the simplest thing is probably the right one. Stupid like right if right were top. Okay, those are interesting, but yeah. I don't know how you pronounce Occam's name. XDBMX is going to rejoin, I assume, but I can delay this next one a really long time. That's my plan. I'll die with the bomb if I've got him. Oh, they're here? Nice. Wait. We're still missing someone, right? No, I guess not. I cannot believe that killed me. That's actually insane. I was so close to the wall that I got physicsed instantly. I was just going to use my Icarus dash as soon as I got hit, but that didn't work. Lol. Fuck off! Are you kidding me right now? We're actually gonna wipe! I can't believe I didn't make that jump. That's unlucky. That overload captain stepping in with him was very unlucky. That's the best word for it. I died 4 times, yeah. Oops. Exactly 0 of a 7. The simplest thing is to go off the person that's leading everyone, not the person that's being leaded. You're a day 1 operator on your team and your perspective of 1-5 comes from that. You wonder if you could feel the opposite if you were scanner learning the room.
Utter destruction of Europa imminent.
I mean, day 1 perspective definitely will have an influence there. I believe on day 1, I was operator, and I was being led, and they were like when they were diagramming out what the appropriate callouts were. I was just like, okay, you do that because I'm capable of figuring out where the fuck to go based on the things you were labeling. I don't need you to suit it to me because I'm not the one that's even calling them out in the first place, Smile. What the fuck? Do we not have a scanner? YOLO. We did have a scanner. It was right. Just understand the linear order, not the direction of order. The way you just ask. That way you just ask which way scanner starts. I don't know what you mean by that. But scanner never is going to start on the side closer to operator door. Scanner will always start on the other side. I mean, it might as well be considered scanner side. But nobody cares. What's the worst way of doing a raid encounter that you've seen a team use? Probably when, sometimes when people do crypt security, they'll label the things from, instead of 1 to 5, they'll just do 5 to 1 arbitrarily. That's pretty fucked up.
Guardian down.
Yeah, we're having a disagreement about what front and back means in this fire team right now. I still find the example I'm using, like, when you spawn in right here, like just moving a little bit forwards from where I spawn, which dunk spots are in the background? Are these guys in the background? Or are these guys in the background? We entered through the front door. Is that the back door or is that the front door? Yeah, the foreground background point is definitely a good one for being tilting because it's absolutely not an internally consistent argument. That's what makes it funny. Okay, I'm trying to pick him up, but it's fine. Yeah, back is furthest from the point of entry. Back is furthest from the main entrance. But you can also say, I mean, like when you go to the school analogy, whatever the center of attention in a space is the front. When you say eyes forward, forward is usually towards the front as well. It's all just fucked up. Which makes no sense at all. I maintain that the thing farthest from the entry is the back of the room, but no. I think the problem is that it's the same word, but it means a different thing based on context. Because, like, the front door of a house is very different from the front of a classroom. You know, like, the front in the classroom, when you're in the center oriented towards the point of focus, is not the same thing as the front. Oh, I probably should have shot that, huh? Don't mind if I do. Did that fool just grab it from me and put it in the exact same place it already was? I am feeling a tremendous amount of pain, both emotional and physical, as we speak. I don't even know where to put it. It won't show me. There's the front of the house, so the door is that side, is the front door, but a room doesn't have a front. It's inside of a larger structure. Yeah, exactly. Which is that's my point. Like, it's, the word front has different meanings based on the context. Yeah, window and spawn are definitely a lot more clear. Okay, we should probably get this done.
Utter destruction of Europa imminent.
I wanted Skinner, damn it. Where's the fun in that? We had to use close fire to get out of back front because people kept reversing it. Well, the reason, like, I mean, back front is just not clear because it is context dependent. The back of the room is whatever is farthest from where you enter most of the time. Like, that is what you would refer to as the back of the room. Like, if you went into your bedroom and said, you know, on the far end of the room is where your bed is, like, and you left something on your bed. We're just going into a whole ass metaphor. Let's say you left your headphones on your bed in your bedroom, which is on the far side from the door to your bedroom. Would you tell someone going to get your headphones, hey, go to the front of the room and find my headphones? Or would you say, hey, go to the back of the room and find my headphones? Because I'm going to guess back makes a little bit more logical sense there. But you probably wouldn't use either word because it's just weirdly confusing to even use those terms. You'd probably try and find some better reference point, like, it's on my bed. That's how it works, Rexy. That's how it goes. Wait, what did I say with... How did I give Kuma a shout out? Damn it, I didn't want to give Kuma a shout out. I mean, one of the clearer examples, I think, is when something like a grocery store. Typically, grocery stores will stock milk at the far end of the grocery store for psychological warfare reasons. But you would typically say, I think, if you had to make the choice, that milk is in the back of the grocery store, not at the front of the grocery store. And you'd say checkout is at the front, which is closer, in this case, to the front door. And we don't have any disagreements at all about whether a front door is a front door or a back door is a back door. Like, nobody goes in the house or the door that is closest to the street and calls it the back door of their house, unless their house is turned 180 degrees for some reason. Buggy. Close, far, top, bottom are most concise and clear as you can get. I think in this case, R1, R2, L1, L2 is also very clear. Should I say left because it's on my left? Why do I feel so slow? Lame. You hate L1, L2? They'd argue the front door of the house is only the front because it's the primary door. Sure. I mean, that's definitely possible. But I think that there, I mean, I've lived in a house where the door that I went in was weirdly not super obvious and primary. So like, I'm gonna diagram a house that I used to live in to the best of my ability, because honestly, it's been quite a while. So you have the driveway leading up to some part of the house. What the fuck? I think that's right. I'm gonna need to spend a little more time on this. Where's the second door? They already get it? You hate L1, L2 callouts because you've had some LFG losers claim that 2 was close side, and also it can never be both left. Wow, what an absolute fucking moron. That's next level. I'm kind of proud of them for existing. Imagine having all the opportunity in the world to grow as a person and expand your brain just the tiniest bit, and somehow managing to explore exactly none of that possibility. It's a deliberate affront to actually having rational faculties of any kind. Intellectual anarchy.
Guardian down.
Okay. Anarchy.
Guardian down.
Can I not, like, hello? Wait, what are we wowing at?
Nuclear descent protocol deactivated. Orbital collision remains imminent. Clever little rat.
People could also just, you know, acknowledge the fact that boxes are stationary, and despite your position, the locations do not change, and locate them, label them 1 to 4 in clockwise fashion. Yeah, I mean, I really feel like the R1, R2, L1, L2 is the most likely to be understood by anyone. Close left and far left is also up there, and if someone gets confused on bottom top, I guess I could kind of understand that, but that's really weird to get confused on, because it follows the same logic as close far.
Best of luck.
Okay, this diagram sucks. I hate it. We're gonna try one more time. So the driveway, no. I don't know why I'm so intent on drawing this to scale, but something like this, okay? And this was like the front door to the house, if you will. Right? Is on a little patio that had like benches and the walkway up to it was bricked, and there's a garden around here, and like this whole little area was just like a cute little walkway. But I should have done this to a different scale. The garage for cars was up there, and as a result, when we got out of the car, we would, instead of using the quote-unquote front door to the house, we went in a different door that was right here. That was basically like a side entrance to the house. And then there was a door right here that was occasionally used, even though it led into like this. That one led into an office. So even though this is like the front door, we wound up using this door, and I guess we would call that the front door of the house because there's a different door on the far side this direction, which wound up being like the back door. But the whole thing just gets so fucking weird sometimes. Point being, I think the door being the main door to the house doesn't necessarily make it the front door. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Resolute Sphinx. So the thing is, Destiny's content is just like, I don't even know if it's an optimization issue or what, but it is definitely a lot more demanding in terms of the playable geometry, I think, than most games are. I don't know enough about Final Fantasy XIV to make this claim with any real confidence, but I know that at least like RuneScape, for instance, can pump out a lot more playable content than Destiny can. Because like every little thing actually exists in Destiny, you know, like there's actually a bump here. It's not just a ramp that actually looks the way it does, but there's visually something else. And then there's like particle effects everywhere. There's so many little things all the time in Destiny that make it a much more complex game visually, I think, than most games. I could be wrong about that, but I am not. Not exactly unconfident in thinking it at the minimum, because I mean, when you just talk about the amount of actual playable space that you're expected to interact with in most games, I feel like Destiny is surprisingly more demanding. A really good example of that is when you throw grenades and they get caught in corners and that sort of thing. Like, that's just not an interaction that you would even ever have to think about in a lot of other games. Because being that it's a shooter and you have grenades in this game, their trajectories and places they can land matter. Yeah, I realized as I was saying this sentence that was going to sound bad, Basara, but it wasn't that I was trying to say I could be wrong, but I'm not wrong. It was I could be wrong, but I don't... I think I would need a better argument to believe the alternative. Warframe not having to vault its content, I don't know enough about Warframe to really talk about it either. All I know is that I understand why Destiny would have to vault its content. Because there's a lot of shit baked into every activity in the game, and just trimming down the fat is probably worthwhile when you want the game to expand indefinitely. Like, they want it to have the size of an MMO, but without the different, what's the word I want? Oh, fuck. Concessions that a MMO will typically have to make to get that far. I mean, again, recognizing RuneScape is not really the best example because its graphics are very outdated, but it is a pretty clear comparison nonetheless. RuneScape is able to make weekly updates to the game that are in a lot of cases relatively substantial for being something they do every week, and it's in large part because their game is a lot simpler. There are a lot less interdependent systems and that sort of thing. And Destiny was not really designed with the intention of it being an MMO. It was supposed to be a 3-year game, I'm sure. And so when they went into the 4th year, they were like, all right, well, we're probably going to need to future-proof this a little bit. So they did. Like, it's not like all that stuff needed to go right now, or we were going to have big problems right now. But as far as not having to vault tons of stuff later, probably best to get that process started. I hate this game. I will do that in just a second, K-Stacks. We don't have a well? Oh my god.
Guardian down.
I'm putting on Well of Radiance. Limit's actually not, like, unusable here, but it's a pain in the ass. Okay. Hey guys, what are the callouts to this encounter? 1 to 6 starting from spawn, that's right. Clockwise rotation labeled 1 to 6. Who thought that those callouts will work out perfect, am I right? Yeah, I mean starting clockwise and labeling things 1 to 6 works when you have something like we currently have. But like, time to bust out the paint. So if you have a situation where there's like, you know, the dunks on Tanix are like this, right? Part 1, like 1, 2, 3, 4 makes sense, but when you start weirding things up, then what? You know, like suddenly now you've got a left cluster and a right cluster, and trying to label it 1 to 6 with clockwise callouts is just like question mark. Do we not have... I don't know if he actually had time to get Divinity on. If he didn't, I can switch to Divinity. Do we really have no one with Divinity in the fire team right now? Do I have Divinity in my vault? Of course not. God, if only I was a beta. Just a pathetic little floundering beta, but I'm not. God damn it. So unlucky. Oh my god, please don't tell me it's another boosted stream challenge. No. Nope. Nobody put your points in that. Oh my god. We're dead because we have a dead guy. So, we've reached a pretty sound conclusion on the whole back front thing, which is that back is always farthest from spawn no matter what, and there's no exceptions to that. We decided the vault callouts are absolutely the way that one is closest to spawn. Anything else is crazy. The Oracle callouts. Fuck, I don't remember either. I know they definitely went like L1, L2, L3, R1, R2, R3 in the middle, or something like that. Yeah, L1, L3, R1, R3, and in the middle. That's it. That's right. What the fuck? Where's the thingy? That's a little bit annoying, but it's all good. I shit for exactly 10,000 damage. I forgot to put down my Wall of Radiance, by the way. Wait, what? Oh. Unlucky. Oh yeah, the oracles did spawn one at a time. We need another player. This is not good. We're gonna have a real problem here if it gets to the next DPS. I mean, I could pick up a bomb and suppress, but it's gonna be rough. You must really want that full color graceful. That's all you're rubbing. Are you fucking kidding me?
Guardian down.
Regardless of what anyone says about the callouts, I think it's hilarious the dog encounter on Leviathan could have consistent callouts, but an encounter on Deepstone Crypt with 4 blocks in the middle of the room are controversial as to how they're labeled. Yeah, I agree with that completely. Kind of insane that there's any conversation at all about that Taniks Phase 1 encounter. Taniks Phase 1 has got to be like one of the most straightforward encounters ever callout-wise, and somehow people still get confused. because they let the nut people lead in dog encounter. Yep. Destiny community has lost its sense since then. All right, do we have everyone? Is this all 6 people? Oh my god. Holy shit, it is. Let's go. Easy 1 phase. Hold up, what was my damage? Chat, did I have good damage? Don't dodge the question. Love Funny, how did you beat my damage by 0.8 million? What am I doing to get my damage so bad? Oh, I know part of it's actually probably not having something like high energy fire on. Doesn't help. Reserves would probably help too. I'm not running reserves. Probably could hit anarchies a little bit more than I do. Oh yeah, dying doesn't help, that's true. Not supposed to die. We did it. Insane gameplay. Oh, nothing there. That audio, though, I have never heard that. Oh, yeah, I have already gotten eyes. This has not been a good week for loot for me. That's okay. I'm mostly here for the tokens. Nice, Bocklet Bookie. Congrats on your new thing, whatever that thing is that you wanted. Probably the rocket launcher, huh? You're free. You don't have to do this raid ever again. Isn't that exciting? Hey, congrats. Woo! We did it! We've completed 2 raids in 3 hours. Hour and a half a raid. Pretty good runs. I'm gonna hop on my Titan and start the raid and take my dog out because it's about that time, and I'm gonna run some ads while I do it. Because yes, Kira and Cookies definitely have reserved spots in this if they would like them. I know Kira does, so I hope Kira is around to join. Cookies, I'm not sure if he actually wanted to. Cookies is an enigma. It's a very hard guy to read. I am running ads. I'll be back in a minute.
Aramis found it. The deep stone crypt. The birthplace of the Exo. And a prison for something sinister. Her followers intend to make use of it. To unleash a chaos they do not understand. Their success means untamed power beyond their wildest dreams. They must be stopped.
Guardian down.
XDBMX, we can complete that checkpoint for you if you want. Sure, Zero, go ahead. Wait. Oh boy, my cat's a dum-dum. Say hello, funny.
Guardian down.
So, Crafty, are you here? What do you mean it gave you the loot and triumph? Oh, did you need the challenge? We might need a 6th. I'm not 100% sure. Hey, GG, Rysam. Oh, no, please. I'm already frozen. You can't freeze me. Straight up illegal. Root tunnels, I really could not care less if we die a bunch of times. It is of no consequence to me if we struggle. So, if you want the raid, feel free to hop in. Hey, kitty cat. Kitty, why do you not like getting pet anymore?
Guardian down.
I guess Crafty's not here, unfortunate. I'm out here trying to think of like what a good system for just consistent, logical, always functional callouts is, and I feel pretty confident in the idea of numbering schemes where the highest number is the farthest from you, and the numbering starts at the most appropriate origin point based on how you can save the most time, a standard run. With whoever is actually in a position to make the callouts. I don't know how I messed this up so badly last time that I died. I saw that Dedo commented on my video. On Twitter anyway. Did he comment on YouTube as well or just Twitter? On YouTube as well. Dang, now I want to read his comment. Is it a good comment? Or is he being toxic like usual? So glad that second one didn't slow me too. That would have been very annoying. Never mind, that's also annoying. You guys think that's the real Moon? I honestly think I would enjoy this encounter a lot more if the slow fields slowed you really dramatically while you were in them, but didn't slow you at all when you were out of them. And if the doors to the beginning and end of the encounter actually opened and closed when they are supposed to open and close instead of being annoying and obnoxious.
Guardian down.
Owned. Oh no, what did I say that you guys were in a position to not help me with? God damn it, I literally, like, chat, do you realize how important it is for you guys to respond to what I say, for me to have a dialogue that actually works? Not just because a dialogue requires two people, it's like definitively impossible to have one alone. But also because if I don't have things responded to, I forget what I said with frightening regularity. Got a case of early onset, not quite dementia, but whatever the next closest thing is. Having to start over from the beginning when you die is also annoying, that's true. I don't know, this encounter just doesn't really scale well for being a raid encounter in my opinion. But that's okay because it's an intro encounter, so it's fine.
Guardian down.
You believe this is the final raid? The last raid there will ever be in Destiny, you think? You know, I hadn't really thought about that possibility, but I think you might be onto something.
Guardian down.
I mean, if they wanted to make more raids, where are they, you know? That's probably it.
Guardian down.
I literally don't know why I'd open that door. I don't know if it's because he's too close to the door. Wait, what? When do I think we'll get another dungeon? That's a really good question. I wouldn't be surprised if it's as far out as next year. When I say next year, I mean, well, I guess that wouldn't be that crazy either, but I meant next fall expansion. I don't know. It's really hard to get a sense of how much development time they're going to put into the game. Because, like, Beyond Light was, you know, Beyond Light on content. As far as in-game stuff is concerned, at least. There's the raid, but there's not, like, an in-game world event like Archon's Forge or, Court of Oryx. That sort of stuff. Not a dungeon, because they gave us a dungeon the previous season. Really lacking in PvP stuff. And then we're getting Trials content next season, which always comes out. Like, that just feels bad to me. I do not like seeing Trials content as a selling point of a season. And, like, maybe they're just holding off on all the actually cool stuff. But as far as, like, what do we even have coming as far as actual new activities? I should keep up with this stuff, but I don't. The Battlegrounds. What the hell is the Battlegrounds? How long until part 2 comes out? That's going to come down to how long it takes Jenna to edit it together, I guess. so I can't say for certain because I don't know what's up with her schedule. 3-player match-made activity. Okay, so like Empire hunts. Yeah, exactly, Alpha Tenkai. That's my concern, is it feels like it's probably going to be some BS that gets boring after a few runs. I mean, the problem is the game is designed for youngsters, by which I mean fucking casuals. Did I not read the TWAB? I never read the TWAB. Why would I read the TWAB? So the problem with the TWAB is like everybody gets excited about it every week, and I can't actually tell when there's going to be weeks that are worth looking at when there aren't, and just like actually living my week waiting for Thursday posts that are going to vary as much in quality as they do. I just like I can't get invested in that. I don't care. I play this game every day. Doesn't matter if there's going to be news. If there's new stuff, I'll do it. But if there's not, I'm still going to play it. What difference does it make? What's that supposed to mean, Isaac? Oh, it's weekly content and I'm a streamer. Yeah, I mean, like, I can talk about it on stream, but making a video about the weekly update is just, like, I don't even know. Quite honestly, it's so weird to me that that kind of content exists at all. So I feel like what happens, and I could be wrong here, is that Bungie gives us news in the form of the weekly update, and then players specifically the content creators filter that news into like a reaction type thing to it, and then don't add anything. In some cases, it feels like it's just, I don't know. It feels like talking just to talk a lot of the time, which is that's what content is. Sure. You could be informed when some random comes in and asks stuff, you have answers, and they'll be like, oh, nice, I'll make this guy my personal Dado because Dado has too many viewers. Yeah, or I could just not do that. I just, like... Dado's got a good thing going. I can't try to pull his viewers, you know? Plus, my chat is so informed that there's just no reason for me to be. Just superfluous? I think some people like to know what the streamers they watch think about certain aspects, but a video out of it, I don't know. On stream, sure, discussion about it is a way to interact with chat, but a separate video is kind of extra. That's what I'm saying. Well, it's not that making videos is a waste. It's I'd rather make content that's a little more entertaining to me than just really reacting to whatever the hell Bungie tells us on a weekly basis. Sometimes the weekly updates are worth talking about, but the vast majority of them really aren't.
Humanoid life forms detected. Approaching clarity control. Threat determined.
Why?
Detected in the crypt laboratory. Status disastrous. Notice, vacate the premises immediately. This will be your only warning.
That's the part that bothers me, Basara. So many people already make that content that just trying to make that content and somehow make it my own just doesn't feel like that's realistic at all. Like, that's not going to happen. I mean, there's obviously going to be some difference in how people react to the TWAB, but the more often than not, like, it's just a news post, and I feel like a lot of the content reacting to it as well is, like, overly reactionary, especially when you talk about something like back when we had 150s being collapsed into 140s. Everybody's like, oh my god, hand cannons are dead! This is so bad! Ah, Bungie! You don't know what you're doing with your game! I know better than you! And then we start playing and 120s are just godly and everything else is like completely irrelevant. And hand cannons are ever stronger than they were when they were 150s. Same thing with trailer videos. Everyone does a frame-by-frame look-through on video on it, trying to guess everything coming. Again, on stream, sure. Separate video about it. I don't know. Yeah. Ouch. I have taken a lot of damage. Something that bothers me about talking is the fact that for new streamers, like, you need to constantly be talking and have topics and everything just feels forced. I guess I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but that's how I feel about it at any scale, honestly. Like, it all feels forced. Like, nobody's excited to talk about the TWAB every single week at this point. What a horrible angle I have.
Guardian down.
That's very unfortunate damage.
Guardian down.
Uh-oh. That's very, very bad news. That's not what I wanted to hear. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't have any problem with other people making videos on it. I just don't feel like being another voice in the crowd talking about the same stuff. I also just don't have the self-importance to think that my opinion actually matters enough on something that trivial. Like some weeks there's actually stuff we're talking about, but just like regurgitating what I read with like a little bit of my own spin on it is not content as far as I'm concerned. But hey, thanks, Scrap. Hopefully part 2 is also good. A lot of channels these days just hit record when they're streaming the TWAB and throw that video on YouTube now. Yeah, I mean, that's some low effort content, but I sure can't fault anyone for doing that. It's the low effort content everyone craves. Where's the guy? You're mine. Thanks. Behemoth movement is great. I'm gonna guess it's probably gonna be 7 as well. Basaram. Everyone's gonna run that mod.
Sector reassessment. Orbital platform active. Orbital platform reached. Status. Parameter.
Seven is a lot, but anti-barrier sniper, it's like the easiest way to deal with snipers just ever, or barrier champions. Don't even have to get near them to break their barrier. It's like Ariana's Vow, but with your sniper of preference. Of course, with sniper still being bad, maybe it won't be that popular, actually. Where's the guy? Did I miss him? One of them already grabbed him. Oh yeah, anti-barriers. Or Izanagi, excuse me. True. Oh my gosh, you got so much health back. That's lame. Why, thank you, Immortal. Some people in the comments made it seem like they wanted every complaint to just be an S tier complaint or something. Might have gotten that. Looks like no. Hard to be sure. I mean, the way the laughing worked, it wouldn't surprise me if the health dropped back down. Nope. I was supposed to go back down. I fucked up. I thought that was the end of the damage phase because I'm so used to us not getting the kill in one phase at all that getting it in 3 floors was like, my brain was like, nah, that's obviously the end. Yeah, I think a lot of people didn't understand the point of the video. There's a handful of people who didn't like the point about content being taken away being a D tier complaint, I think I labeled it. The idea of I paid for content and yeah, I had more of my content taken away. And it's a little different from not paying for the content and having your content taken away, but at the same time, it's kind of the same base complaint, I guess. I don't know. It's I'm not particularly sympathetic towards that one. It's just like oh, no enemies yet. Stop, man. What the fuck? Oh boy. Swamp paste. Overload sword was a favorite. That'll be fun to use again. Honestly though, I don't really care about those mods that much. I've had my fun with Grandmaster Nightfalls, so different mods for them is not going to excite me no matter what, unless they create a new activity where it actually matters. I would really, really like a horde mode in Destiny. I would really like a horde mode in Destiny. That, like, how many times do I have to think that thought before it actually materializes? Oh my god, that health chunk. That's very, very bad. Oh shit, they got it. Did someone check it with Truth Teller or something? Because if that's what happened, mad poggy wuggies to whoever kept us in this fight. Okay, well, that was not good. Whoever hit a little early, but that's fine. They're probably killing the direct or something. It's whatever. Frankly, the fact that we're still in this is a miracle. They'll just give us another horde mode, but not quite 8 more times. Yeah. It's all good, Vista. We should be fine. Wait, what? We didn't wipe. Good enough. But yeah, horde mode in Destiny would be sick. If I had like, if I was getting stuck at a particular distant or like wave number, and was just thinking to myself like, man, if only we had overload sword so I could use a sword against this high level overload champion because I can't get through this wave quite as easily with the overload scout rifle that I have to use. And then I would see overload sword coming in and be like, oh my god, that's sick. We don't get that. Instead we get Grandmaster Nightfalls, which I can get through with whatever I want, really. And I also have had my fun with them. I mean, I feel like they're still okay, and I don't dislike them, but I'm not going to get excited about them anymore. You know? I mean, that's probably a problem with just a lot of Destiny content is I'm not going to get excited about it anymore because the formula is just too standardized at this point. Trying to think what they could do that would actually really catch my interest. I mean, a horde mode is one thing that comes to mind. That is not a joke. Hooray! I'm not excited about them. I just appreciate them as the only remotely challenging content in the game at the moment. Yeah. It's really unfortunate that this game is not designed to be challenging because the mechanics are all there for it to be a really fun, challenging experience, but that's just not what the goal is right now. Someday I really just want to troll people and have the scanner and be right next to an enemy that's the wrong enemy on purpose.
Orbital confinement protocol initiated. Status: pathway to nuclear core is obscured. You have no warnings left. Nuclear descent protocol initiated.
So I think Gambit would be an option. Actually, yeah, I mean, honestly, Gambit would be the #1 thing that they already have a foundation for, that if they really invested the resources into it, they could make it something that I was actually excited about. I really need to turn off notifications for the Grand Exchange. I'm gonna do that. I don't need people thinking that their computer needs an update every single time I have a Fuck, I like the notifications in game, but I don't want them making that noise. It's tough. Give us non-match made in-game Gambit with champions and bosses with mechanics. I mean, I wouldn't mind if it was match made too. What's the harm in letting people play with people who aren't good if they want to?
Enjoying yourselves in
Could be
fun.
fun.
It's worth knowing the cataclysmic damage you will be responsible for today. Do not fool yourselves. This facility is not simply the fruitless work of some pathetic scientist. This house was built by the genius Clovis
Okay.
Ray the First himself. Within lies humanity's salvation. La Fontaine du Jouvence. Made possible by clarity control. Magnificent, wasn't it? An entity from beyond our own dimension. And the answer to humanity's eternal struggle. Mortality.
Guardian
Were
down.
it to fall into the wrong hands, humanity and the universe would be utterly doomed. I have no reason to believe you are anything other than the wrong hands. You now face godlike judgment. May it extend eternally.
Guardian down. Guardian down.
Well, Basar, the thing would be, if you didn't want to play with people who are match made, you could simply go in with a team. Easy. My animals are a dynamic duo of causing problems. The cat throws things on the ground so the dog can eat them, chew them up.
Nuclear descent protocol active. Utter destruction of Europa imminent.
I guess I am definitely a little bit just like burned out on Destiny. A little bit, I say, because overall I don't have any real problem with continuing to play the game, but I don't really look forward to much of the content because I guess I just feel like they haven't really delivered outside of Deepstone Crypt. Like, Europa was cool. And the campaign was okay. Like, what was the best part of Beyond Light outside of Deepstone Crypt for you guys? What are your thoughts on that? Stasis is pretty cool. There's that. Sound effects. Exotics. Not sure how I feel about the exotics. How do I feel about the season's faction enemy being the Cabal again? I like the Cabal. They're not annoying to fight, so I'm cool with that. There's not a whole lot of enemies that I would have any real issue with. The Hive tend to be my favorite. Vex used to be up there, but not as much anymore, so... I guess if I was to not look forward to anything, it'd be either them or Scorn. Scorn are annoying. Why am I not in voice with my raid team? Because this raid's easy. Actually, though, trying to learn to solo the raid in RuneScape has been a really weird experience, because Destiny's raids are actual baby mode. Like, in RuneScape, it is so fucking easy to just die 1,000 times and just get completely and totally overwhelmed. Scorn are the most underused enemies in the game, but man, they're really just annoying to fight against. Like that blue tether thing that pulls you and the purple tether thing that makes everybody invincible, but it's not satisfying to kill it because it doesn't have a cool death animation, it doesn't deal damage or anything like that, it just, they stop being invincible. Screebs are fun. I actually like Screebs. They're annoying compared to some of the other Exploder enemies because I think they're probably the most dangerous, but that's okay, they make up for it in character. Because Exploder Shanks are just annoying and lame. They're just Shanks, but they explode. Curse Thrall, a little boring. Right. Yeah, the Scorn Vandals that go invisible, but you can't hit them, that's annoying. And then there's the little dudes that have the shields that block every bullet you send their direction, no matter where you aim it. Those guys are annoying. Like, there's just too many annoying enemies in the Scorn. Dude, and then there's the captains with their fucking arc grenade cannon things that just make your entire screen shake everywhere. That's just an annoying group of enemies. It's a fat no thank you from me, Chief. My accuracy with my typing right now is like on point. Bottom.
Guardian down. Guardian down.
Wrath the Machine gets brought back with Scorn in place of Siva. Man, that would actually be such a bummer. Ow. That hurt worse than I thought it would. What? I think he's gonna die putting it in there.
Guardian down.
Who's deactivated? No one? I don't see a operator. No, I don't see a suppressor. Yeah, I don't know why I let myself type in caps as often as I do. I hit caps lock, I guess, just randomly, and then don't care when I have it on. Never fix it.
Clever little rat. I will not forget what you have done here today. Upon collision,
Nice.
the crypt will be torn open, and all defenses will be destroyed. It is now open to all, allies and enemies alike. If you do not defend it, the results will be world-ending. Humanity's fate is now on
Nice, Funk Dreamer. Are they all plat?
best of luck.
You having fun?
Guardian down.
Isaac, you're shutting the guy down when he's having... Why? I just want some depth. I think they'll add a completely new race. Hell no. I don't even know. Man, I hate to get the impression, and hopefully I'm just wrong to have this impression, but it does kind of feel like Destiny started really strong, and then, like, as the years have gone on, they've lost some of their steam, and the grand ambitions they had for where the story and gameplay were going to go are just never going to be realized, and that's just, that's how the reality of it on their end, and it's just like, well, we'll just make the money on it we can for now. And, you know, make a serviceable gameplay experience. But as far as being ambitious about the future of the franchise, nah. Man, we really have been waiting on a 5th race for years. Because Scorn are just Fallen. Taken are just Hive. What else even is there? Siva are just Fallen, but that's pretty straight up. Frozen Hive or just Hive. They didn't even try to pass that one off as being a different race, though. Scorn is both Hive and Fallen. Oh. Well, their models are so similar to Fallen that I just wound up thinking of them as Fallen. Pretty much the Abomination is the only one that's like really truly different. I forgot to put on the right gear. Maybe I can still fix that. See about punching some guys.
Down.
Wrathborn, yeah, those are definitely. That's a completely new run. Those look nothing like Fallen or Hive. That would be a new class. A new class would be cool too, though. That took forever for it to let me do that. Hopefully we have a divinity and a well warlock, but if we don't, that is real tough. Oh, we got divinity, that's good. That's a well, oh shit. Nice. That was actually the first try today. And I didn't even have my ammo set up right. That's kind of cool. I'm surprised I've only gotten Eyes of Tomorrow one time. Cool. Double sword. 75 spoils of conquest. So apparently that's what you get for doing the raids on all 3 characters. Maybe I had a couple saved. Unlucky, True Vista. I wish you the best of luck in that, but man, I am definitely of the opinion that they are... Joe tweeted out that they had a cumulative drop chance, and I have got to say, I'm not sure I believe that. I'm really feeling like Eyes of Next Decade. I assume you guys have been doing most of your looted runs, but alas. Looks like you don't get to get Descendant because of an RNG lockout. That's always the best reason to not be able to get something. I feel like all titles are a little bit cringe, personally. Well, it was fun doing those raids. Man, raiding in Destiny is definitely better when it's not, like, trivially easy. I have a strong preference for not just getting it done first try, no problem. That just feels so grindy, I guess. I mean, I definitely don't want to have to handicap myself to make it harder. I just don't have a whole lot of fun with it when I just crush it. No problem at all. Thanks for joining, guys. Sorry that you guys were not lucky enough to get Eyes of Next Decade. Maybe you'll get it next decade. Who knows? Hard to be sure. So what would be a good next YouTube video for Destiny? Oh, I can make some Season of the Chosen content. That's going to be so fun. I'm going to be like, check it out, y'all. We got some new stuff. It's completely different. Seasonal content. Oh my god. Look at that. Things that are slightly different. It's insane. Read the TWAB and look at the roadmap. Do I want to read the TWAB and look at the roadmap? I gotta say, that's actually a pretty good PogChamp emote today. Sunsetting part 4, Gambit part 4. Honestly, I don't even feel like making another sunsetting video. There are people who still argue against it, but honestly, there's just never going to be any getting through to them. They just don't give a shit.
Could upgrade the armor, but it's still just a cargo freighter.
A transaction to make, Guardian? Guardians are always welcome on my doorstep, such as it is.
You switch the strength and mobility on that, I'm kind of happy about it. It's really a weird face mask. I might just keep that just because of how weird it is.
Speak to me not of the darkness, I want you.
Not horrible. Look at the Shaxx helmet. The what? Changes I would make to the game. Trials, strikes, stasis. Okay, trials. Trials I would make very heavily rewarding for people who are participating rather than people who are winning. I would want there to be good in-game rewards where you have a random chance of getting legendary gear just at the end of every round. You get a good amount of tokens for losing and a better amount for winning. Something like 5 for a loss, 7 for a win.
You just never quit, do you?
I would want gear to come from the bounties that you do, and I would definitely want them to be structured in a way where there's a certain amount of them that can be done per week so that you, instead of having the repeatable ones for bounties, you would play the game for bounties if you wanted to.
Take care of yourself.
And, you know, like I said, losing is 5, winning is 7, something like that. And the bounties themselves would be like kind of a similar structure to the Shaxx bounties or Zavala bounties where there's like 5 good ones or 5 easy ones and then 2 weekly ones that are kind of harder. I would not want your tokens to go away on reset. And you know, that probably covers it. That's how I want trials to work. I think a de-emphasis of flawless loot in general would also be included in my plan there. Like, I think adept trials weapons is a good thing for flawless loot. But I would really rather just have it be adept mods, to be honest. The idea of an adept gun is cute and all, but I honestly don't really like... I mean, I guess I'm thinking reactionarily here, because on the one hand, I think that it's appropriate that flawless gamers should get some slightly better stuff, but on the other hand, I would really rather swing too far in the opposite direction right now, where going flawless is just some extra loot rather than some unique loot. Strikes, changes, I would have to think about that one for a while. I don't even know. Stasis, I think, is actually pretty okay right now. Shadow Dive could probably do a little bit less damage to people who are in their super. It seems like that hasn't been changed at all. I don't know what's up with that. I think you could probably break out of all stasis freezes a little bit faster. Not the Cold Snap Grenade and the Warlock Penumbral Blast melee. Those two you get out at a reasonable speed, but what I would like to see is getting out of Glacier Grenade freezes or Duskfield freezes faster if you break out. I think that the time it takes to get out if you don't break out is okay. Like, not breaking out should be a dangerous choice, but the time it takes to get out when you choose to try to break out is often similar in the amount of time it takes. The breakout animation itself needs to be a little bit quicker. And that's with the supers, the Glacial Grenade, and the Duskfield Grenade. And I think light classes could just use some tuning up outside of that. Hunter Helmet from Shaxx. 28 recovery, 22 strength or intellect. I mean, it's a 62 roll. It's not bad. Maybe I should get that.
I'm not saying dead orbit's right, but things are looking pretty
I
bleak.
appreciate what you're saying, Tyler. Thank you. Yes, we'll speak again tomorrow. Hey, you. Come here, please.
Watch out.
Trying to think for strikes.
You know battle.
Yeah, I'd have to spend some time thinking about that. I don't have any answers coming straight to me. Gonna take a look at the TWAB post, I guess, from a few days ago. This week at Bungie, we revealed Season of the Chosen. A new season is upon us. Next week, Season of the Chosen goes live on February 9th. Empress Keitel has arrived to fight against the Hive. She has proposed an alliance, but the cost is too high. Whether he wants it or not, Zavala is faced with a difficult choice. Check out the trailer to see how the conversation went down. Okay, let's watch this trailer for the first time. I've not watched this before, so we're going to check it out.
The darkness crowds the edges of this system.
Is that Keitel?
The Hive serves it. You'll fall to one, if not the other. I propose an alliance. With my army and your light, the Cabal will crush the Hive. Bow.
No.
No.
Empress Keitel has emerged as the new face of their empire and demanded I pledge loyalty to her.
This tank is like a living thing.
Why the fuck wouldn't you just say yes and then lie if you need to?
And she will spit out your bones. Sharpen my gilded knife and see you both on the battlefield. There's no light here.
Okay. So I like how a lot of this is just killing some dudes in patrol. Like this clip right here. Like, oh, we're on Europa and there's some Cabal around. Rocket that group of them. Yep. Yeah, showed them. We'll have a whole page dedicated to details about the new season. Give it a visit to learn about the new private staging going around on called Helm, our new match-made Battlegrounds activity, and more. Oh no. Behemoth and Hailstone Battlegrounds, Devil's Lair and Fallen Saber Strikes open, Helm comes online. Stasis Aspect quests begin. That's kind of cool. That could be fun. Trials begins. No, fuck off, Trials. Go away. Maybe it'll get delayed like 4 more times. Cleansing Battleground. I don't know what that means. Oracle Battleground, Iron Banner. Okay, so there's just different battlegrounds. That could be fun. Hopefully it is. Proving Ground Strike opens for Season Pass holders and Iron Banner. What? Oh, so there's just a big-ass gap between February 9th, February 12th, February 16th, February 23rd, March 23rd. This is going to be quite a month right here. Proving Grounds, whatever that is. Proving Grounds Strike enters playlist for all players. Proving Grounds Nightfall. I don't know what that means either. Iron Banner again, a month after the other. Dude, Iron Banner. Iron Banner, Iron Banner, Iron Banner. Guardian Games. Guardian Games closing ceremony. Okay, well, I mean, that's about what I expect, I guess, from a spring season of Destiny.
Thank the traveler.
Oh, wait, I was still reading that. Here's the full seasonal calendar laying out what you can expect from Season of the Chosen and what dates to carve out for universe saving. Spoils of War. Season of the Chosen is delivering some shiny new things for you to collect. You've spilled the beans for the first time. Some of the favorite weapons from Destiny 1 are showing up in Destiny 2 as rewards for completing Nightfall the Ordeal. Here's the lineup. The Swarm, the Palindrome, and Shadow Price. Palindrome's a popular one. Nightfall, the Ordeal weapons will have a chance to drop at the end of an activity depending on your metal, platinum, gold, etc. and difficulty. Master difficulty will give you the highest chance to drop at the base version of the weapons. Adaptive difficulty weapons have a chance to drop at the end of Grandmaster Nightfall when they go live later in the season. Drop chance also dependent on your metal. Slay enough champions to platinum and you will have a chance at an adept weapon. Okay. Hot Pursuit, similar to Season of the Hunt, we will have a new pursuit weapon for you to earn from your quest of choice. Choose between strikes, crucible, or gambits to earn the new breech-loaded grenade launcher, Salvager's Salvo. Is that Mountaintop? Kinetic Truth Teller? Okay. That'll be cool. I can't say I was ever excited about it, or honestly, so. I mean, it'll be nice to have a kinetic grenade launcher, I guess. Adept weapons from Nightfalls is kind of cool. I don't really care about those guns in particular, but kind of cool. After you've obtained your new tool of destruction, you'll be able to earn 3 different ornaments for it from additional quests picked from Zavala, Lord Shaxx, and Drifter Trials. You may have already seen some of the new teasers of the rewards from Trials of Osiris coming with Season of the Chosen. We also had 3 new Trials weapons. It's a pulse rifle, a hand cannon, and a sword. Here's another shot of the new armor you'll be able to start earning when Trials goes live on February 12th. That's okay looking. I like the Hunter's helmet. Titan helmet's kind of cool. Each special weapon will have an adept version with special mods. You can read about those here, as well as a special shader that can be applied to any adept weapon, even the ones from the Grandmaster Nightfall. The first week of Trials, armor and adept weapon mods will be in the Flawless chest. Second week is when you'll have your chance to grab an adept weapon. What? The first week has armor and mods, and the second week is when... Why? That's so weird. Along with these new weapons and armor, Trials has new cosmetic rewards to show off as well. The Ghost Shell drop chances increases as you win matches and increases when you hit 3, 5, 7 win and flawless milestones each week. The Ship and Sparrow drop chances increase every time you go flawless. Here's a look at the rewards. I just don't care enough about these things to try and get them. It's a pretty cool looking ship though. If I cared about a ship, I would want that ship. But I don't care about ships. But wait, there's more. Season of the Chosen has several new additions to your arsenal ready for the taking. A sidearm. A sniper rifle that I'm interested in. A rocket launcher, maybe that's good. That looks like a fusion rifle. I want this bow. I like that bow. Submachine gun, maybe that's cool too. I'm intrigued. Those could be fun. Cult of Aeon. Team has got some cool plans to change up the Aeon suite of exotics. Here is straight from the Destiny dev team on what you can expect when you equip these arms. Destiny dev team, in redesigning the Aeon Cult exotic armor pieces, we wanted to lend hard into the idea that these exotics you and your fire team wear when you really want to work together as a team. With that in mind, we had 3 main goals: revamping the mechanics, create role-based mechanics that reward you for doing things that you do, or things that your role is supposed to be good at, create mechanics that reward other players on your fire team when you fulfill your role, give your fire team incentive for each player to take on a different role. Instead of having a single monolithic exotic perk to handle this, we opted to take a page out of the Armor 2.0 book and give Aeon Cult exotics their own unique mod socket and mods, which are all unlocked as soon as you acquire the exotic, and each of which is tied to one of the different Aeon Cult roles. These mods are identical across the exotics for all 3 classes, so you can choose any role regardless of what class or subclass you're playing. 3 Aeon Cult mods and their associated mechanics are as follows. We got the Sect of Force. You specialize in punishing powerful combatants before they can harm your allies. Rep precision hits with the weapon temporarily increase your reload speed and weapon swap speed. When you stun a champion or defeat a boss or mini-boss, your nearby fire team members gain a burst of grenade and melee energy. Aeon Cult allies who do not have a Sect of Force role equipped also gain a burst of super energy. Okay. Sect of Insight. Successive precision weapon takedowns have a chance to drop an orb of power for your allies. So, like, masterwork kills. When you use a finisher on an elite, you generate special ammo for your fire team. What the hell is an elite? They've got to make their verbiage consistent. When you use a finisher on a boss or mini-boss, you gain heavy ammo for your fire team. I guess elite means orange bar. Nearby and call allies who do not have the Sect of Insight roll equipped also gain a bonus to weapon damage for a short time. So it looks like Aeon Colt is the way to give your team heavy ammo without spoils of war. That's kind of good.
It doesn't have to be maneuverable. It's just a bomb.
Specialize in keeping your allies in the fight. Gain class ability energy as your allies die. Okay, that's useful. Everybody die. I need my class ability. Gain full class ability energy whenever you resurrect an ally. When you cast your super, nearby allies gain an instant burst of healing, and call allies who do not have Sect of Vigor roll equipped also gain an overshield. That sounds kind of good. I think blockers would be elites, yeah. Except large blockers. So you could generate heavy ammo and gambit by finishing large blockers. Large blockers are going to be meta to not send. That doesn't sound good enough to me to want to use it at all, but we'll see. Each one of these mods is a perk that focuses on the user, and another perk that grants benefits to their allies. Additionally, the second perk includes an extra benefit for anyone in your team that has not chosen the same role. To maximum efficiency, each member of the 3-player fire team should choose a different mod to reap the most benefits. I don't even understand. This is so weirdly designed to me. So there's the role that is to stun champions. There's the role to finish champions and other enemies. And the role to cast your super.
I heard they wire your brain right into the ship. Some kind of crazy experiment.
I don't know. I feel like they. I don't know. I don't want to trash talk it, but I don't see that getting used yet. Each of these mods is one per... Okay, we already read that. Catalyst come back in the previous TWAB discussing the Destiny content vault. We mentioned that some of the content being vaulted would affect several exotic weapon catalysts, and we would be temporarily removing them while we work to update their drop and upgrade resources or sources. Catalysts for the following weapons have had their drop source and objective updated to not be associated with vaulted content. Bad Juju, Izanagi's Burden, Sleeper Simulant, Huckleberry, Worldline Zero, Polaris Lance, Balesto, Legend of Acreus, and Skyburner's Oath. Why are they even worrying about Worldline Zero? Does anyone equip that for anything other than Worldline skating? Don't say yes. Catalysts for Whisper of the Worm and Outbreak Perfected are still unobtainable for anyone who hasn't already earned them and will be added in a future update. Okay. Prime Gaming. Last week, a new set of rewards were made available through Prime Gaming. Once you sign up here and link your Bunch.net account, you can go claim your rewards. These will be waiting for you in the safe care of Amanda Holiday in the hangar portion of the tower. Graviton Lance, Karina Nebula exotic weapon ornament. That's kind of cool. That's a neat ornament for Graviton Lance. Cosmo Shell exotic ghost shell. I used this forever because it was one of the only ghosts early on that had the treasure hunter mod. I have fond memories of that shell. And the Avalon Courser legendary sparrow, which nobody cares about. Check back next month and we'll have a new shipment of Prime Gaming rewards for you to pick up from Amanda. That's pretty nice. Some goodies. All good things. The season changes. Our team of experts have important info you need. This is their report. Okay. Here's the things that are going to not be available if they're not claimed before February 12th at 9 a.m. PST. Free Stranger Papercraft figure. Stasis t-shirt. Interesting. I haven't even checked that out. Might have to check that out. Warden Seal pin. Players should equip the title to ensure that it's earned. Hawkmoon mini replica. If you want a mini replica of Hawkmoon. Pretty cool that they have merch for their game. I like that. Item and quest removal. As we announced earlier this week, before Season of the Hunt ends on February 9th, it's recommended to turn the following items requested. They'll be removed from players' inventories and will no longer be able to be used. Weekly bounties, strikes, Crucible Gambit, Gunsmith Crow, Crucible tokens and Crucible token gifts, memory fragments for stasis, all Crow bounties, planetary materials, alkane dust, phase glass needles, seraphite, simulation seeds. You will be able to turn these into spider for glimmer. Save your Halo data. A few weeks ago, we announced that on February 9th, Halo.Bungie.net website will be taken offline permanently. As a result of this, personal custom Halo avatars that are currently used on Bungie.net will be removed due to the functionality living on Halo.Bungie.net. We welcome everyone to go to their Bungie.net profile and save their avatars to their computer, as we're exploring options to possibly allow them to be uploaded to your profile in the future. Additionally, we welcome everyone to save their Halo stats and files on Halo.Bungie.net however they wish, such as using screenshots, saving the pages to your PC, or using third-party archive sites. Goodbye, Halo data. I'll miss you.
It's kind of relaxing here.
Fond memories. SDR console update. Stream Datagram Relay is coming to consoles during Season of the Chosen, but we need to do more testing and fixes before it's ready to go live. STDR is used to mitigate against DDoS attacks. You can learn more about it in the previous TWAB. Oh, that's good. Maintenance timeline. Maintenance begins. Players are removed from activities. They'll be available across all platforms and regions. Players will be able to log back into Destiny 2. Maintenance is expected to conclude at 10 a.m. PST on February 9th. So the game will be playable at 1 Eastern, I guess. Below are some issues that are resolved in the update 3.1.0. Complete list will be shared when the update goes live. The Crucible, Valor, and Gambit Infamy new light quests can be completed after resetting ranks. Kara Bones now spawn in the Agonarch Abyss in Cimmerian Garrison Ascendant challenges. Triumphs, Lore of Luna, Wisdom of the Witch, run the Gauntlet in Cimmerian Garrison. The Altar of Sorrows bosses will now rotate each day. I didn't know that was broken. The Warsat Public Event and Cosmodrome's Moth Yards will now count towards bounties. Lift Tube and the Warden of Nothing strike will now open for every player. The bottom of the Twilight Insight Terminus strike will now always teleport away after scanning the Vex terminal. Oh. I had never had problems with that, but I've seen people have problems with that, so that's good it's getting fixed. Cool. Lake of Shadows will no longer become blocked if players bypass trigger volumes. What? Storm will once again reload any equipped energy slot weapon on kills. Merciless will once again increase its charge rate on non-lethal kills. Thunderlord, Reckless Oracle, and other weapons will once again render their scope and or reticle. Known issues while we continue. Okay, we're continuing to investigate PC FPS and stuttering issues. The Lightseeker Triumph is not unlocking after players have found all weekly feathers for the Bird of Prey quest. Feathers no longer appear after completing the Bird of Prey quest. Yep, I'm interested in that one. The Black Blight orbs left behind by the High Celebrant won't open portals if shot by sidearms, and sometimes won't open when in a fire team. Continuing to investigate various error codes, including Arugula and Prune. Big screen. It's about time to watch the movies, right? Let's get to it. No reason for me to dilly-dally on about nothing, just rambling and taking up time. We could be enjoying popcorn and flashing lights. Speaking of flashing lights, wait, what was I talking about? Right, here are the winners. Oh, this is actually pretty sick. Pretty fun. I like the editing on that. They just skipped Taniks Phase 1 and flew straight to Europa, where Taniks was already destroyed. All smoke and mirrors, Taniks Phase 1.
Of how to do this video. The most really amazing thing that
Huh. She got the bird. What was his head jiggling though? feel like the video editing here could be a little bit more. For the effort that went into learning Journey and playing it, tiny bit more effort could have gone to the video editing.
Hi there, thank you so much
I'd
for...
have preferred some screen, like some landscape kind of footage, I guess. I'm nitpicking. That's pretty cool. Neat to see people who are fans of the game make some content related to it. This week's winners will be receiving a special movie of the week emblem to show off to the world. If you're one of the winners, congratulations. Please make sure you post a link to your Bungie.net profile in the description of the video. As always, we'd like to submit your creation to be featured in a future TWAB. Make sure to create a post on the community creations portal of Bungie.net. Expression Artist of the Week. Damn, I love me some Destiny art. Damn, I love me some Destiny art. It's always a great time scrolling through all the beautiful creations from the sea of talented artists in this community. Share some love for these artists' beautiful creations. Art of the Week, Crow. They didn't even make a background. I mean, that's a pretty cool depiction of Crow, but where's the background? Are you kidding me? That's gotta be like Artist of the Day, not Week. Goodness. You gotta put a background in. I don't care how good you did on Crow. But I do like that. It's pretty cool. That's a very nice black and white Hawkmoon. Appreciate that one too. See you right above. Congratulations. Make sure you reply with the post with the link to your Bungie.net account and we will ship your emblem to you. Here we are, the last 12 of the season. It's always an exciting time. Does anyone even proofread these things? When new Destiny content is only a few sleeps away, with the new story content, a new strike, 2 strikes from the DCV, a new match-made activity, redacted, so much more. The season is jam-packed. Is it though? See you on the battlegrounds. New story content, I don't believe you. A new strike, I believe that, but it's a strike. 2 strikes from the DCV, that's kind of nice. A new match-made activity, I hope that's fun. Redacted, I hope that's fun. And so much more. So much more? Jam-packed? I'm skeptical. But hopefully you're not lying to me. Cosmo's a nice enough guy. He would never lie to an office. Oh god, Trials. Fuck, it's gonna be Trials. That's what's redacted. Season of the Chosen, I choose you. Aw.
Not just hunters, titans too.
Oh well.
Warlords.
Well, I've read it now. And I've read the TWAB post. I don't even know what the major takeaways were. We got Adept Nightfall loot. That's nice. That's cool. I don't care. Like, what am I going to use it for? There's nothing in the game hard enough for me to use it for. There's so much more equals Iron Banner 3 times over the course of a month. What the fuck? Bow. Bow? Yes. I don't know how that... Is that just Solar Trinity Ghoul? I feel like Zavala's play there should definitely have just been like... I mean, I feel like this is like Destiny storytelling is always like 1 layer deep, and if it was even 2 layers deep, when you know a good story should be like 3 or 4 or 5 layers deep. But if it was even 2 layers deep, he would say yes, and then we would have to work out how we're actually going to wind up betraying the Cabal because we don't actually want to be loyal to them ultimately, and like a later problem would arise, but we needed their help for the time being, so we had to say yes. Tracks up to 3 a bow that tracks enemies? What the fuck? That takes all the fun out of a bow. Well, maybe not. I'll have to see how I feel about it in practice. That's how I feel about like everything I read, to be honest. Is I'm gonna have to see how it feels in practice.
Let me see its glory.
Why didn't we get to see Keitel's face?
Into the fire, Guardian.
I bet Keitel is a beautiful rhinoceros person.
DCI Eriku donated $16.69.
Okay, so now we're gonna watch the Final Fantasy trailer because our boy DCI Eriku has requested that. Thanks for the tip, DCI Eriku. Let's see this may contain content inappropriate for children. Whatever it is we're looking at here. That's the moon. This is reminding me of Bloodborne. I'm into it so far. That's rock music. Now we're going to like... What are we even going to? What is this vibe? Are we Dark Souls? No, we're Final Fantasy for sure. We wear armor, but we're also casual under it. Also, we're conventionally attractive and wearing a hood and walking directly into the sun. Noctis. Wait, is that actually Noctis from Final Fantasy 15? That was his name, right? Crafty, I think the name Final Fantasy comes from the fact that it was like the development studio's last-ditch effort to create a game that was going to be living up to the creators' ambitions because they were going to be defunct otherwise or something to that effect. And that's why it was called Final Fantasy. And then it wound up being a massive hit. Okay. Pretty good animation. You got to give it lots of credit for that. Oh no, my side slightly hurts. I'm fighting a giant dragon and I've taken a little bit of... What? Oh, okay. I thought she did that and I was like, that's not okay. We want our medieval fantasy, but we also want our sci-fi fantasy, so we've got sword guns that fly around like little drones.
Look after myself, you know.
No, you can't. You were about to die. What the fuck?
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on.
We got some major voice not matching face going on there for me. Yeah, Final Fantasy 15 was definitely a boy band simulator. It is pretty fun. I enjoyed it.
Past the far edge of fate, ring blades dark and light, tolling the coming of the end.
Pretty cool pose. They did a really good job with that. That's also pretty badass. It's a cool scene. Neat. Well, after having watched a billion Destiny trailers in my lifetime, I gotta say I actually appreciated that trailer a lot more than a Destiny trailer. Dude, okay. I'm just circling back around to Destiny. But Destiny trailers, every single time, are just like some choreographed gameplay of doing an activity where they just show off some of the abilities that I'm very used to using in game. And it makes them pretty unexciting for me. Which, like, I guess it might be exciting still for a person that's not, like, super duper familiar with them. Maybe, but I don't know. They just... I see the gameplay, and unless it's going to be something that's, like, really brand new, like, even with a raid teaser, they'll just have characters like doing a jumping puzzle and you see them like jumping single file through the jumping puzzle, and I watch that and I just think to myself like, okay, well, that's not anything like what the raid experience is like, and you're trying to give me a good idea of what the gameplay areas will look like. That just doesn't really matter to me, you know? Now they have finishers to fluff it up even more. Yeah, true. I mean, they look all right. It's just, I don't know. Destiny, the story is not really there. They also talked about the new raid. If you're talking about in the Final Fantasy trailer, I don't know what to make of that. Because the only game worth playing, and we've established this many a time, is RuneScape. But also Destiny a little bit. I mean, Destiny's fun. Destiny's good. It's a little bit of a letdown to have 2 September expansions in back-to-back that did not feel like they were giant expansions, I guess. I mean, Shadowkeep was probably smaller than Beyond Light. Beyond Light didn't feel like the full smorgasbord that I would have liked for it to have been, you know? I don't expect... Like, I don't feel like that's because next September is going to be the full smorgasbord. I feel like that's because they just are putting less resources into this game. But I feel like they wouldn't want to disservice the Witch Queen expansion by doing anything less than a great job too. So I've got mixed feelings. You want to see me play more Nintendo games? I want to play Breath of the Wild on stream. I might wind up playing that some tomorrow, potentially, actually, because I don't know what I want to do in Destiny now. I didn't actually expect to get my raids and Iron Banner done this week. I was honestly pretty much expecting not to log into Destiny, but... Oof, man. Oof. I hope the next IP Bungie worked on is sick, because that would be very nice. And I'm honestly, like, I'm at a point with Destiny where it's just like, I just don't know if I can continue being invested in this game. I can continue playing it, that's for sure. Like, it's fun enough to play that I don't mind, but it's not a game where I feel like I can invest. And that's a big selling point for me as someone that really wants a MMO-like experience. You know? Should do a last Trials card of the season? Tomorrow, you mean? Breath of the Wild might be a tomorrow kind of thing. That might happen. Do I think Witch Queen will be even if they don't hire additional... Dude, I don't know. I have no idea what it looks like in the internal workings of the studios right now. I love the game. I love the gameplay. Content has been falling behind. In this season in the worst way possible. I am so good. I'm so good. I appreciate the suggestion, but no thank you. Honestly, Trials is actually just horrible, and I don't want anything to do with it at all. Like, Trials is... I hate it. I actually hate it. I feel like it genuinely detracts from the possible future of this game, PvP-wise, because they've created something that's serviceable where people will focus on that instead of thinking, man, I wish we had something new and cool in PvP, like actually new and cool. Let's just focus all our effort on Trials and how Trials should be better, even though Trials is never going to be better because it was not designed well from the ground up in Destiny 2, and they aren't going to redesign it. There was a Reddit thread called Trials the worst gaming experience they've ever had, so it's clear they have some work to do. By some, I mean a lot. You just want to spray Beffica's room with ketchup? Understandable. Beffica's got a bad attitude. Hey, it's true. Hey, Trials gamers, enjoy a new sword. Yeah. I mean, the Destiny formula, it needs to be shaken up. I really feel like they're a little bit shooting themselves in the foot going with the whole, like, full speed ahead Destiny 2 forever thing. Because Destiny 3 could have potentially actually reinvigorated some interest, but also, the reason they probably don't want to do that is because if the amount of content they're able to put out is on par with what we have seen, then they probably couldn't even have made a Destiny 3, or they would have had to push the release date back at least a year, probably more. Ooh, 8,000 plus upvotes? Hold up, I want to read this. This sounds juicy. It's only 3 lines. Trials is the worst time I've ever had in a video game. I get match-made with players who have over 100 flawless. I've never even reached a 3-win streak. On 0 wins on the card. I fight people with 5 wins or more, and the fact that I'm using LFG to get teammates doesn't help either. Wow, impressive. It's been said a million times before, the population of Trials is so small currently that pretty much only the top 1% of Crucible players even engage with it. The game can't matchmake you against equal or worse players because hardly any of them are actually playing Trials. Don't bother with the game mode until Bungie somehow manages to get the average player base to play Trials. I don't think I've gotten so many replies to a comment. Every time you open Reddit, someone's replied. I mean, I have been saying that since they released Trials in Destiny 2. I think they should drop Trials and do Trials of the Cryptarch, where you stand in teams of 3 and the first person who hears them say, Guardian, what puzzles do you bear? Hits an in-game buzzer and wins. Best of 3. I like their idea, actually. Trials is just not a fun game mode for the average player, in my opinion. They can add 100 more weapons and armor to it, but when you're just getting stomped match after match, you're going to quit playing it no matter how good the loot is. Very true. Because Trials is fucking cancerous. No one is there outside of paid carries, account recoveries, or cheaters. People need to literally be paid to go there, either through streaming money or direct payment. I never thought about it that way, but you literally have to be paid to play Trials or it's not worth it for the average player. Damn, this says a lot about how terrible it is. Holy shit. Oh, man. New Iron Banner concept. Every game, all 12 players spawn in with random loadouts. A completely non-sweaty game mode. That would be, I mean, I would like that. And after every death, you spawn in with more random stuff. Dude, they just need to, they really, and I hate how I have to keep emphasizing this point, because the opposite is true in PvE, but they've got it so fucking backwards. They want to make everything in PvE really easy and everything in PvP really sweaty. And why? Just why? If PvE was the thing that got sweaty and you just had to opt into that content, that would be fun. But the PvP being casual and just a pure fun game mode, non-sweaty at all, would be great. Because then people would be like, oh, I'll play this just for fun and for no other reason. Doesn't have to give me good loot. But like when things get sweaty in PvP, all it does is choke out the casual player base and make the sweatiness just reach unprecedented levels. Mayhem trials. Everybody runs around with Blade Barrage. PvP is rip until they can stop the cheating. You're seeing cheaters every 3 or 4 games, even in Iron Banner. Oh my god. I haven't seen it to that extent, but damn. If I had experienced it to that extent, I probably would have put it on my video, A tier, possibly even S tier. I was really on the fence about that, actually. I commented this on YouTube already, but the fact that I put cheaters as a B tier complaint was really... I wasn't sure how I felt about it, because I feel like it could very well be an S tier complaint. But the thing is, PvP has so many other problems that complaining about cheaters is like, it's not the fundamental issue. Like, the loot from PvP sucks. The lack of customization in PvP sucks. The lack of diversity in game modes in PvP sucks. The fact that the in-game PvP modes are grossly overrepresented by people who are insanely good at the game and people who are literally being paid to play it because nobody wants to actually engage with it sucks. Like, PvP in Destiny 2 is just... I don't even know why they're so insistent on keeping it in the game if they want to make it such an afterthought. Like, it's like there's the burner, and then there's the back burner, and then there's still in the refrigerator, not even thought out, and that's where Trials is right now. I got lucky enough to play Trials with Prof, and he said to me, "Monkey, you're dog shit. Don't make me play this game with you ever again." Did you say that, Basara? That sounds like something you would say. I would believe it. You enjoy PvP? Thomas, you enjoy fusion rifles. I don't want to hear it. Doesn't help that the leveling system is extremely dated, but at the same time, I can't imagine a better system that would improve what little value light level has. I can. Enemies with levels that are different. Like, why the fuck is it when you do an activity in Destiny, every enemy is the same level? Like, it's like, oh, this acolyte is level 920. This activity is level 920. Like, no. The acolyte's level 920, but he's got some friends around that are 930, and he's got one that's a 950 yellow bar and a bunch of 950 red bars, and the knights that spawn in are red bar 920s. So there's just like some variety in how hard the enemies hit you and how dangerous they are and how much you have to prioritize them. And then make it where the power delta is never immune to where enemies are sometimes just obscenely dangerous and other enemies are just complete pushovers where like you can one-shot a red bar knight in the head with a hand cannon in instanced activities. Because in Patrol, I understand why being overleveled would take some of the fun out of it if you're engaging with other players at the same time. But if I'm horrendously overleveled for some piece of content, I should fucking feel like it. Like, why is it that if I do an Adept Nightfall, it doesn't feel like a complete joke in terms of the amount of damage that I can do to an enemy? Like, why did I even spend... Like, why am I level fucking 1289? Like, I've almost got 10 power levels. I've got 29 artifact power levels right now. 29. And I mean, I realize that not everybody's going to play anywhere near that much, but I don't even need them for anything. I literally can't use them for anything. Like, what the fuck? 1280 is the highest you can do anything with. Like, for some reason, artifact levels aren't enabled in Trials or Iron Banner, which would be like the one place where it would make sense for them to matter. But the other part of that is that PvP with light level enabled doesn't even work anyway, because the power level scaling just makes it where it's kind of a bad experience. Like, there would need to be a completely different style of gameplay for that light level difference to actually matter. And I feel like it would be appropriate for it to be something like, I don't know, Gambit, where enemies don't necessarily hit you harder offensively, but defensively, you need to have higher power levels to actually hit them really hard. Let's say just for the sake of example, that everything's level 1300. So there's realistically no way the average player is going to get up to where they can actually damage them fully. I mean, I could see where that would turn into a slog with people not being able to damage the enemy enough at a lower level, but that's why you could have like Gambit and then Gambit Pro or something to that effect. Who even knows? But obviously they can't develop 2 Gambits because they can't even develop 1 Gambit, so I don't know. I don't agree with removing leveling. Seeing my levels go up is still a gameplay hook, but levels should be meaningful, no doubt. I'm not saying remove leveling. I'm just saying the way that it works currently is absolutely horrible. I would like if the leveling, like the process of getting levels itself should be much more satisfying than it is. Because it is the bare minimum level of satisfaction you could get out of it. It's not like, oh shit, I'm 1259, now something cool happens. I mean, why don't weapons have different level requirements for them? Like, earning XP over the course of a season would be a lot more interesting than our gear just having higher levels. I want RuneScape fireworks when I level, exactly. Yeah, fusion rifles are pretty fun, Thomas. I can admit that. I'm just being obnoxious. You beyond light and F-Zero want to grind power level at all? Yeah, I mean, like, having certain power levels should make you eligible to farm gear that you might otherwise not be able to farm. I mean, you could literally even have XP be the basis for your level and have it where you can trade off that XP for chances at farming a piece of gear so that you constantly want to get that XP for the sake of actually farming out some particular gun that's otherwise inaccessible. I don't even know. I mean, if you actually sat me down in a boardroom and gave me a few hours to figure out what I wanted to do with Destiny levels to make them actually good, I would come back with a proposal that is way more fucking interesting than whatever we have right now. It's just the current state is okay. It's a number that people can use as a reflection of their progress over the season. Done. You're a hardcore player and they need to keep it fairly simple for casuals. Yeah, I mean, keeping it simple for casuals is like, that's the yin and the yang of this game. There's the casual player base that wants everything to be bad and the hardcore player base that wants everything to be good. Not actually, of course, but it is, both sides do kind of want what the other side doesn't. You know, Weed Monkey, you might be right. Maybe that would be a cool video subject.
Food reserves are dwindling. New land must be plowed. I can do
Being underleveled for activities is so important. Like, and the way we level in general is not satisfying. God damn. I really think the idea of using our levels as something consumable would be good because it would not put casual players at too much of a disadvantage. Like, they wouldn't have to level a ton because they wouldn't just be behind, because the people who would be getting ahead otherwise would be spending their levels on something potentially worthwhile. But then, like, there's the whole upgrade system being completely this game is it is a design nightmare. There are so many problems that need to be solved, and a lot of them are related to one another. Chevy said on stream that Bungie just goes too much to only making stuff casual and not enough for hardcores, and I agree with that. I mean, I agree with that too. I mean, they even casualified the raid. That's pretty bad. To have a raid where the enemies aim at you like patrol AI. That's oof. Oof. I also just don't care playing the basic shit for a +3 item doesn't even really rise your power level. Yeah, I mean, I think that having like the whole 1460 instead of 146 thing, the fact they've increased the power level to where like getting a gear piece that's an upgrade doesn't really feel like an upgrade a lot of the time. It's just numbers. And they could be more interesting. I was thinking the same thing, Quantum. That's crazy. I've been listening and I agree the leveling system is currently too basic. Most games usually have enemies with varying levels to make them stronger or weaker. Destiny gives all the same level is kind of a weird choice. Yeah. Might be a technical thing. It might be a technical thing. Boom, 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 boom. I don't I don't know if they ever said why they gave the raid AI Pepega brains. No, I don't know. I mean, the moment the hardcore players get what they want and are suddenly incapable of doing their solo duo speedruns, they're gonna 180 and ask for some help. I mean, I don't think that the game content itself should be directed towards hardcore players. I think the they just need to be taken into consideration. Like, I had to spend a while thinking about exactly what it is that would be the ideal mix here, but content that's like brain dead easy, like Wrathborn hunts, fucking sucks. That is not cool. Yeah. They also literally just boost everyone at the end of the year. So you can't even grind a new character and have a satisfactory level grind. Yeah, true. When you make a new character, you're just 1050 now. Because they want to make sure that new players are able to just jump into the most recent content, which is like such a weird model. I mean, like, again, comparing with RuneScape, it's so crazy to think that they could have something like... I mean, if RuneScape released Raids 3, and if you wanted to play Raids 3 as a new RuneScape player, RuneScape would be like, fuck you. Go spend the thousands of hours getting ready that everybody else did. Too bad. And I feel like that's appropriate, to be honest. Like, obviously it's cool for a game like this to allow you to actually play the content that when it releases. Yeah, I mean, that's any MMO for sure. It's not unique to RuneScape at all. But it is not really to Destiny's credit that it kind of tries to pass as an MMO in some ways, but also wants to make sure that the RPG aspects are trivial enough that anybody who pays for the content will definitely be able to participate in it. It's not weird considering the amount of complaints they got over the entirety of Forsaken about not being able to play what I paid for on day one. Biggest example is Forges. No, I mean, I completely get it. That's the player base of this game. And the game is not an MMO. I'm just saying they're working in a really weird design space where they need to make whatever they develop available to new players because they aren't able to produce enough new stuff all the time that it works that way. And the scaling of the content over time has not been designed in a way where you're supposed to start at the Red War and end in the Europa campaign, you know, like it's not scaled that way. And with it not being scaled that way, it doesn't really work to just have people start from square one. They wouldn't have a good experience.
I know you're ready.
We want endless content, but also don't make us grind for anything. Yeah, for real. A lot of people complain Forges were too hard. Yeah, I mean, they were hard day one because you had to get a high power level, and there are things gating your power level. Holy shit. Just let people level. Like, if they would stop gating our progression on a week-to-week basis, the hardcore players burn themselves out and go away like like they should. I don't know. There's lots of there's so many things in this game that could be different or better. Honestly, it makes me wonder. Like, I really hope whatever their IP they're working on next is up my alley, because I would be thrilled if it was less riddled with foundational issues that are hard to work on. Holy fuck, I'm insane at balancing. Destiny grinding, get 500 kills. RuneScape grinding, spend 3 months chipping away at rocks to make blood runes. Yeah. It's a tower stream at the moment. I'm just thinking about stuff. I don't know. This game in its many ways that it could have been different. Foundational issues are so troublesome. Man, I hope that the future for the game is bright. I am actually looking forward to Season of Chosen the more I think about it. Just having some new stuff to do will be nice. But I do feel like there's always just so little at a time to sink my teeth into. Although I will say, as far as feeling like I had stuff to do, and it wasn't like disrespectful of my time on the whole, I feel like this season was pretty good, personally. Like, I had a little bit of stuff I wanted to do every week when I logged in. And that's nice. Hopefully that's how it feels all the way through to next September. But, man, the real injections of excitement and fun haven't happened in a while. And maybe I just should play some other games for a little while and appreciate this one more when I come back to it. I love the next IP didn't try to be everything to everyone, but you don't make much money making games for the most niche parts of your fan base. Yeah, I agree completely about that. But I do think that Destiny has that problem whether or not... Like, they could go farther in the direction of not making it for everyone without completely sacrificing their ability to make any money on it. Although, at the same time, if they had to choose any particular segment of the player base to make the game for, it'd probably be casuals. Because they outnumber hardcore players 1,000,000 to 1. And honestly, like, I would be kind of happy about that if they just made a game that was like, oh, this is too easy for me, not really up my alley. Oh, well, I guess I can just not play it. But with Destiny as it currently stands, it's like, man, there's going to be some dungeon in the future that I'm going to want to try and do solos of. There's going to be a new raid in the future I want to do low-mans of. There's going to be triumphs that are difficult that I'm going to want to do completionism of. There's going to be little things that are there for the hardcore player, but ultimately just kind of string you along, you know? I feel like a broken record, but releasing content at this quantity is going to stagnate the game forever. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not a healthy level of content to be coming out. It does make me kind of feel like if they would just not make seasons, I would be happier personally. Like, I think a really good fall of Destiny followed by barely anything for the other 3 months would be my preference. I'm definitely not watching this Super Bowl. I do not care about Hand Egg. You just play Destiny 2 like 2 weeks a season. The parts of the game you enjoy aren't much when you play it. For what you feel it's worth and don't complain. Yeah. I would really love to see them actually really expand on Gambit, but I have just given up on that ever happening. I would love to see them make custom games and forges for Crucible, but I don't ever expect to see that happen. I would love for there to be some PvE mode that actually really felt like it was worth my time to invest in it long term, but I don't see that happening. I'd like if there was more depth in my character, where I felt like pursuing best in slot gear was the thing, but that's not happening. What do you mean by that, Quantum? Playing other games spoils you when you come back to Destiny? DCA Riku, I bet if I really could get into Final Fantasy XIV, I'd be super into it, but I don't think that's ever going to happen. Yeah, if other games spoil you, maybe stick to those games. That's kind of what I was thinking too. What's a good alternative to a game like Destiny? I don't really know. That's the thing about Destiny. It's pretty unique. You can't just stick to other games. How are you going to hate on Destiny 2? Okay, Isaac. Okay. I do wish I had more positive things to say about the game. Does anyone have like a generally positive view of the game where they feel like there's more to compliment than there is to criticize?
This space the people have made for me is more than enough.
Q-Jack says yes. In year 2 you did? Yeah, year 2 was a good year. Year 2 was such a good year for this game. Okay, I'm not saying that there's nothing to compliment about the game. I agree that there's like the community is really good and the music is really good. All the art that goes into Destiny is really good, actually. Like from sound effects and like outright music to particle effects and skyboxes. Like the art in the Destiny is really nice. I feel that, Quantum. Like I said, guys, I'm not saying that there's nothing good about it. I'm saying, do the positive qualities of the game outweigh clearly the negative things that you wish were different? I mean, it's not even negative, really. It's just, it's a keen sense that something could be there and isn't. I'm glad to hear that, Hafi. I'm probably not phrasing the question great, because for me the positives do outweigh the negatives too. I mean, this is like, I've said a ton of times, if you're gonna get stuck as one game, or like be known for a game and kind of be stuck on it as a streamer, Destiny's a pretty sick game to get stuck on. It is... What am I investigating? Oh, I wanted to go in the door. I don't give a shit about the book.
I think this is where Banshee used to be set up. You know that number after his name isn't for show, right? Amanda told me he really has been rebooted 44 times. How can he remember anything at this point?
Shooting the same shit for 6 years is gonna get old no matter what. Very true. That's why PvP would be great if they really went all out with a fantastic PvP expansion that added a lot of good supporting features. I'd be much more content with the franchise if they hadn't totally destroyed half of it, PvP. When Destiny 2 was released, chased away about 90% of the people you played with and removed literally half the game that you loved. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with that. I mean, it goes back to what I've been saying earlier. Like, they're focused way too hard on making PvP sweaty and PvE casual. It really should be the opposite if they were going to try and have a general focus. Because sweaty PvE would be... Well, actually, I mean, they honestly could just have both be casual and that'd be fine too. I agree with that completely, Marathi. Everything you said in that. 100%. Also, respectful as possible, fuck you to whoever says just stick to those games. If I had friends who also stuck to those games, I would. But Destiny is a social game, so for 90% of the people, 90% of the time playing, I look past those shortcomings, as painful as it may be, because I want to play with my friends. Yep. Well, I don't know. Destiny is... It's sure a game, all right. It is sure a game. Maybe Outriders will be really cool. Maybe Destiny or Bungie's new IP will be really cool. Who knows? All I know is that I am in a position with Destiny where it's like, I can definitely continue playing it, but I wish that I had less criticisms. I wish that there was less I just want a couple things in the game where I'm like, you know, that is pretty much perfect. I love it the way it is, and just don't have anything else to say. I mean, like, that's how I feel about, like, raid loot, not the raid specifically. I mean, Taniks being a final boss, like, what the fuck? Go away, Taniks. No one cares about you. How many times are you going to show up? You can't steal our yearly raid, bro. This is our September raid, and you fucking stole it, Taniks, you piece of shit. And the fact that it's all really easy doesn't help, but the final boss especially is a... Yeah, Deep Stone Crypt definitely peaked it out, Trax. You know, this is pretty much perfect. I like this the way it is. I mean, I definitely couldn't say that about PvP. I definitely couldn't say that about strikes. I definitely couldn't say that about Gambit. I definitely couldn't say... I mean, raids are pretty close. I could almost say that about raids. Dungeons are pretty close. I could almost say that about dungeons. Almost. Definitely could not say that about seasonal activities. Like... EXO challenges and Empire hunts. Like, I feel like if there was just a lot more people involved in things, it'd be a lot more fun. Like, if when I joined the activity, I would like to farm things in, like, 20-man groups. Where, like, when you load into the activity, you got 20 people beating a challenge. And it's like, I guess I like the longer form grinds in RuneScape to get exactly what you want. The frustrating thing is I feel like fixing all those things is within reach, but they just don't seem to care. Dude, exactly. Like, that is why I wind up in such a, like, negative state of mind about it. Because it feels like... I mean, strikes, for instance, all they would need to do is just introduce some modifiers that are fun and make the rewards actually worthwhile. Specifically in something like they really desperately need to create an item that is worth having a shitload of. Like, stop giving us like a 10 Ascendant Shard cap. Stop giving us a 250,000 Glimmer cap. Stop fucking capping things and give us something that we want to have and something that we want to spend and something that we know we can carry into the next season so that it will actually have some value, but it won't completely trivialize the season just to have it on hand. Like, they need to figure out their economy so that they can create a reward structure that is always giving us a little something at least. There's just no reason to run content indefinitely in anything in Destiny. And that is, like, that's not good. It doesn't, like... It shouldn't feel like you have to run it indefinitely. But it shouldn't feel like it's not worth your time at all. Iron Banner is probably the best example of this, where you play your Iron Banner games until you've gotten all 4 bounties done on however many characters you want to do them. And once you get those Iron Banner bounties done, it's just like, okay, well, now if you win a game, you get 5 tokens. And if you lose, you get, like, 2 or something. So, you know, just win 4 games, and then you get 1 completely random item, not at power level, from Salad Buyer. Like, okay. That sounds like a completely worthwhile use of my time. Compared to, like, when you... Okay. So, I don't remember exactly what the math was, but I know that it took me about 10 games to get my Iron Banner tokens. 10 games for 200 tokens, 4 Pinnacle rewards. And if I win like half of those, let's say, we're going to average 4 tokens a game, I think, on those 10 games. So it's like 240 tokens and 4 rewards, which effectively, if we like turn that into tokens, converting it, that's another 80 tokens. You like 320 tokens across your first 10 games. Is that right? So like 32 tokens a game on average or something like that. And then on your next 10 games, you average 3. You get like 1/10 the amount of value out of it on repeated completions because they want to make sure that you don't feel forced to continue playing Iron Banner all week or something. Like, that's so bad because all it does in actuality is it makes it where I play my first 10 games where I get the 32 tokens per win, and then I'm like, okay, fuck this playlist.
Eververse has the goods.
Eververse has goods if you have coin. Literally nobody would want to do the MM difficulty because people in the playlist would be Pepegas and you wouldn't get anything done. What? I don't know what you're talking about with MM. Well, the thing about like difficult content, as far as something like when I'm saying, oh no, I hate everything. When I'm saying I want like 20-man activities, I'm not saying it needs to be 20-man activities that have tons of mechanics and are really hard. I'm just talking something like Escalation Protocol, where just having a sheer firepower advantage as a result of having a ton of people around to help you is like, that is fun. Just actually feeling like there's tons of other people in the same instance as you and like you're helping them. That kind of stuff is good. Altar of Sorrow did a pretty good job of that too, but like they just don't make longer form content out of it. Public events are stupid, man. They need to stop making them entirely and start making improvements to the ones they already have to where they're fun to do. Yeah, Altar wasn't as fun as Escalation Protocol. I agree. But I feel like that's a rewards issue, at least in my personal experience. Okay, great. Because, like, Escalation Protocol, I really value what I was trying to get out of it. And it was rare, you know? Like, you weren't just going to complete it and get the shotgun for sure. But when you got the shotgun, it's like, fuck yes. I got the really cool weapon I'm trying to get. Whereas with Altars of Sorrow, it's like, okay, I'm guaranteed to get the shotgun, but it's also just not that special by comparison. I still think that they could have done a lot more with javelins in whatever that thing was called too. Javelins are like really fun, but they just didn't use them almost at all. What's my opinion on applesauce? It's a very good question. Applesauce is it's pretty good. Man, like, I'm trying to think what they could even do. No, please. To make an activity just, like, really replayable. Replayability needs to be their focus overall. I guess that's, like, it's like a point, kind of, waiting to be made there. Applesauce on cheese pizza is goated. What is wrong with you? Why would you even try that? That is so weird. I'm trying to imagine how that would taste, and I'm really just... I don't even know how to feel about it. Oh, I went to the wrong one. Unlucky. I feel like I would feel the same about a gun like a Kilos shotgun Escalation Protocol if it was released today. No, I don't know. I'm not sure. Because the thing is, like, it would not be a good thing overall by any means. But I think that there is something to be said for the fact that we did not have an abundance of gear available in year one. So like a shotgun with a new perk that was really strong was a game changer because there weren't a bunch of shotguns. So having one that had a better perk made a big difference in our power. It's kind of like Lament, and Lament felt really great to get to. So yeah. I think more difficulty could result in more replayability because you get bored really fast with how easy a lot of stuff is. I mean, like that is a recurring complaint of mine. I feel like content needs to be at least a little bit harder. Because when it is so simple that you can do it without like any risk of failure, that is not fun. I feel like the general difficulty level of content should be much closer to doing the campaign week 1 as compared with doing Adept Nightfalls towards the end of a season. Weed Monkey, you're so weird sometimes. Honestly, this is pretty low end of the spectrum. Applesauce on cheese pizza. How much money am I making per second jumping around the tower like this? You know, it's really hard to say. Because, I don't know, not that much. I'm not a fabulously wealthy streamer. I'm a lives month to month streamer. I did not Weed Monkey. I don't know if I can trust you to send videos with like 3,000 views. I feel like you're gonna find some really weird shit. Because the thing is, you've already found some really weird shit, even with the viewer requirements as they are. I'm just not sure how much farther we can go down. They even mentioned that they intentionally had enemies spawn behind you and in far away, out-of-bound locations to help make Reckoning challenging. Reckoning was not a good activity. Reckoning was not fun. That was a bad grind. You know, another thing that's tough is like trying to get a good balance of this activity is worth my time and also it's fun to grind. That's tough. I don't even know what the perfect solution is. Hey, why aren't you here every day like the old days, Weed Monkey? What happened to that, huh? Punk ass fucking bitch. Oh, ouch. You hate to see it. You know what would really help too with a lot of replayability in Destiny? Like Reckoning actually, dude, you know what sucks is Reckoning did something right and it did so many other things wrong that it wound up being not fun anyway. But the fact that you didn't have to leave Reckoning to continue grinding it was kind of awesome. Like you finish the activity and it kicks you out to Drifter's ship. Maybe tomorrow, Unsung Heroes. I stream boomer hours? What the fuck? Don't hit the jump button or you'll die. Now that is some clean playable geometry right there. All right. I gotta recede into my cocoon and think about what I want to actually do on stream tomorrow. If I do, tomorrow might be just a Breath of the Wild kind of day, but we'll find out. We don't know for sure. I'm gonna hop off. It's that time. I've exhausted myself with negativity, so we're gonna gotta re-up the fuel tank with negativity so I can complain tomorrow. I mean, hopefully not in all actuality. I am looking forward to Season of the Chosen or whatever. Hopefully it will live up to expectations or exceed them. Who even knows? Maybe it can. Maybe it can. Roasting it, Quagan. Thanks for being here, everyone. Make sure to drop a follow on Quagan's channel if you like it. Appreciate you all being here. Have a great rest of your day. Goodbye, my friends. Thanks again for rating everybody who joined. Hello, Mork. Goodbye, Mork.